new, never-before-seen manga is available now for free on my new website, mangaletter.com. This includes unreleased Ultra Vegito episodes, VE episodes, GR episodes, and an unbelievable amount more. Simply click the link in the description or pinned comment, enter your name and email using an active email, and boom, more manga will be in your inbox. Make sure to check your spam, junk, or other folder if you don't see it, and remember, this will never be released outside of Manga Letter. So sign up now, no excuses, it's free. There's over 132,000 members and counting. Enjoy. So our story continues with Goku having entered a mysterious new state after last chapter. Aiming to try and access the power of the gods and angels Vegito had absorbed, as his base hair now rises up and a strange aura begins to surround him. Silently, he would think to himself, I know their power is in here somewhere. If I can just bring it out, I know I'll be able to give Vegito a run for his money. And with his premonition forwarded, Goku would then calmly and slowly rise up into the sky.
Kakarot?
Leaving the now downed Vegeta to watch on puzzled, wondering,
What are you doing now? Can't you see yet how outmatched we are?
But once Goku had reached the summit above, he would look down at both Vegito and Vegeta and reply under his breath, I know, Vegeta. That's why I'm going to try and get a little help. Alright, here goes nothing! And suddenly, in a truly unexpected turn of events, Goku would lift both of his arms into the air, into the iconic position we all know is that of summoning the Spirit Bomb. Meanwhile though, the God Killer Vegito, still with his eyes closed from the challenge he imposed on himself, using his hearing alone, would comment,
Now what is this? If I'm not mistaken, I sense Kakarot has risen into the air. What could he be planning this time? Another Kamehameha?
But Goku, looking down, now focusing as hard as he can, would then look to the prince and say, Sorry if this feels like deja vu to when we fought Boo, Vegeta, but I'm gonna need your help here. Cover me while I get the energy needed. It shouldn't take too long. But on the instant of hearing this, a flashback does indeed come to Vegeta of a certain battle as he angrily grunts back,
The Spirit Bomb? Really, Kakarot? You fool! That's not going to work in here! When the only life forms are us six! And I doubt Black, Boo, or the other two are hardly in the mood to help. A Spirit Bomb, huh?
And yet again, this conversation is heard by Vegito's heightened senses, as he smirks and continues,
For once, Vegeta's loud mouth actually did some good. But he's right. What a foolish idea. To be expected of the clown known as Kakarot. In here, nothing will even be generated, let alone from the gods and angels he so foolishly thinks he can interact with.
But undeterred, Goku just continues smiling warmly as he looks down at the prince and replies, You might be right, Vegeta, but what else can we do? I say, if anything, it's worth a shot. And anyway, I know the energy of the gods and angels is here somewhere for us to use. I can feel it. Before he then looks up with a serious face and asks, Please lend me your energy. but an annoyed Vegeta who seems more begrudged by the situation rather than what Goku is attempting, just then grits his teeth and says out,
Fine! Have it your way, Kakarot! It's true. Not like we have any better ideas. I'll do what I can! Your fight is with me now, Vegito!
Immediately then launching at Vegito, just as Goku had requested. And of course, Vegito would completely be aware, citing,
I see. Distract me while you try your best to muster some energy, huh? How tragically sad. Only thing sad here is how much you underestimate us, Vegito!
As suddenly, with speed, even in his base form, Vegeta suddenly appears right in front of a smiling Vegito. Before quickly slamming a foot right onto the God Killer, that is of course easily just blocked with Vegito's own knee. Sending Vegeta back as he yells,
Damn you! Even without looking?
As a smiling Vegito would giggle.
Don't feel too bad, my dear prince. I'm half you after all.
To which, violently Vegeta would just try once more, only to be blocked yet again. Eventually leaving a completely exhausted Vegeta to yell out in frustration,
Kakarot, hurry up, will you? This Vegito is just playing with me!
To which the humoring God Killer would just say back,
Yes, that may be true, Prince. But that doesn't mean I won't enjoy letting you try harder and harder. Worry not, take your time. It's not like your silly plan has any chance at working.
And just like that, as Goku watches on, Vegeta would continue his fruitless assault, with Goku wondering, take my time? But Vegeta, he's barely got anything left in him. And so closing his eyes tightly, Goku would then scream internally, No! This has to work! Come on, please! Anybody! Give me your energy! Huh? And suddenly, as if blessed by a god himself, Goku suddenly feels a sudden rush of energy flow through his body and up above, as if his prayers were finally being answered. No way! As unbelievably in the blink of an eye, a humongous mass of energy appears right above Son Goku. But not just any energy, as for the first time, the power of the so-called Spirit Bomb no longer looks blue in color, but instead now sports the divine purples of a destroyer's divine destruction energy, with hints of white angelic power imbued. Whoa! And as Goku looks up in awe, his trembling and excitement body just comments, This energy, it's none of ours. It's so vast. Mirus? Whis? Are you in there? But soon Vegito too would briefly sense the sudden mass of divine aura resonating with his own, while Vegeta, also noticing, would keep battling, hoping,
Kakarot, you did it! How could I expect any less? Let's just hope this freak in front won't notice before it's too late.
But Vegito, now gaining a hint of annoyance, would just think to himself,
Well, I'll be. Son Goku truly is something else. That really is.
before instantly vanishing from the face of a shocked Vegeta, as if he could have done so at any moment, before reappearing right behind the still arms stretched out Goku before raising his own arms out, he says,
Time's up! I changed my mind. This game is pointless! Huh? Wait! Vegito!
Surprising a wide-eyed Goku, who is none the wiser until... In a flash, and with thunderous impact, the God Killer would slam both of his fists down indiscriminately, right down to the skull of Goku, sending him down to the ground for a painful crash onto the plain white floor of Vegito's mind. Our hero wouldn't be completely out for the count, however, as just barely keeping himself together on one knee, Goku would then remain with one eye open, muttering,
No! Vegito! Why?
Before then grabbing his temple with a groan, yelling,
Ow!
That one hurt! This isn't fair at all, Vegito! I almost had it! The energy, it's in here, and you know it too! You were scared, weren't you? But Vegito would of course scoff at the statement, descending to the ground softly before continuing,
Nonsense, clown! The Destroyers are not the only ones here with destruction or angelic power anymore. If anything, you were just siphoning small amounts of my energy from me while my guard was down. Quit with the pipe dreams. The only reason I knocked you down is to show you this is no textbook arc as you presumed. I am no Frieza, Lord Slug or Boo, and that means I will not just wait like an idiot for you to power up that useless move. Who the hell do you take me for?
Leaving Son Goku near speechless before saying, Well, it's not like I'll get a chance to find out for sure now. Vegeta, we're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Maybe with the help of Tien Shinhan to start off. Before quickly Goku would raise both of his arms, crossed over in a strange but familiar stance, before shouting, Multiform technique! And just like that, Goku would then split immediately into two, both deadly silent until the second would say quietly, Okay, on my count, 3, 2, 1, go! And instantly the two clones of Goku would then proceed to rush in straight for the relaxed stance Vegito in the distance. And even with two copies of arguably the greatest martial artist the Earth had ever seen attacking Vegito from all angles, the God Killer, with complete control and ease, would continue to dodge each and every attack with his eyes still closed and his hands still on his hips. And a stunned Vegeta, watching on, now realizing full well just how much of a joke this attempt at attacking Vegito really is, would then begin popping a vein on his forehead as his anger builds, letting out,
What is going on here? What level of Ultra Instinct can he have to make us look like such chumps? Base or not, something should have landed by now!
But the smirking Vegito, in the midst of still dodging, would both correct and goad Vegeta, further saying,
This is no Ultra Instinct that I'm using right now, dear Prince. This is simply just a difference in speed and ability between us now. You both seem like you're moving in slow motion to me. I'll show you slow motion, Vegito!
With Vegeta in a huff, then suddenly launching into the sky with speed, unbeknownst to Vegito presumably. And as he finally reaches high enough into the sky, he would think,
right, this is high enough. If we're moving in slow motion, then I'll just have to make my next attack faster than he can even react.
Before spreading his arms out in iconic style, with electric ki suddenly surrounding every inch of his body, as he screamed with intensity, staring directly down at Vegito and Goku.
You'll regret everything you said, half-clown! You will listen to us! Final Flash!
Before in a wild yell, Vegeta would blast out the attack we all expected with fury in his eyes, aiming to catch Vegito at the speed of light itself, while preoccupied with the two Gokus. And as expected, the speed truly is unprecedented, immediately blasting off looking like a needle compared to where it began, reaching the trio in the distance near instant. Vegeta! And that speed is reflected by Goku's face as the two only suddenly notice at the very last second Vegeta's blast, just as its very bright light begins to blind them. And they think, could have told me earlier, you know! And with Vegito's eyes still closed, Vegito would remain standing still, while the two Gokus try their best to escape at the very last second.
Pathetic.
But though it was assumed Vegito would be none the wiser, the smile on the Godkiller's face would suggest otherwise. As soon as Goku stops his attack on Vegito, the fused Saiyan, almost in synchronization, would begin vanishing to escape too. That is until... In the distance, an increasingly frustrated and annoyed Majin Buu would be seen, closing his eyes, levitating, trying his best to finally relax and rest in peace, as he always wanted until...
I've had enough of you Saiyans and your noise! I will have my peace!
Screaming out with a raucous fury as signature steam shoots out.
Yeah!
And with unbelievable speed expected of the margin that was created from the very energy of Ultra Vegito, Majin Buu shoots out an elongated arm straight for the mid-vanishing Vegito. And shockingly, Vegito would then quickly notice something was wrong.
What the?
Opening his eyes to reveal that in that very instant, Buu had wrapped his arm completely around the Godkiller, trapping him there before he could go anywhere else.
Wait, Buu! What are you doing?
And as he realizes finally exactly who the assailant is, he would scream out scoldingly in anger. But it would all be cut short, as now facing him at such a distance, no escape could be possible, was Vegeta's final flash. And with one final scream before impact, he would let out,
No! Not like this!
But the words would be too little too late in the end, as instantly Vegeta's attack would make contact and leave a devastating explosion in its wake. Huh? The turn of events shocking Goku, who would think, Wait, did he get him? Vegeta, did you actually do it? While the bemused Vegeta, surprised that even himself, would mutter,
I don't know, Kakarot. You never can tell with this guy.
As in the aftermath, only smoke bellowing around can be seen. With Boo himself letting go before confirming,
I felt him in my very arms. Do not worry. Your attack landed. It even got me.
As within the smoke, her silhouette does begin to show itself. And standing there, just as Boo had confirmed, is indeed Vegito, now covered in cuts and bruises, as if definitely having been hit, and with a look of bubbling rage before...
You!
With an angry look, the God Killer would quickly turn his head to lock on to Boo, grunting ferociously until...
You cheater! Who the hell said you could get involved with my fun? You deformed marshmallow!
Comedically, Vegito would then begin screaming with anger at the pink demon, letting out all of his childish frustration at losing his so-called game, but to methods he never saw coming. Ha 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 ha! And the laughing Boo, smug with himself, would just stand with his arms folded, replying,
Well, don't blame me. You never did say that nobody else here could intervene. After all, for better or worse, are we not all a part of you, Vegito? Not just those two Saiyans over there.
Very true, Boo! As an overjoyed Goku, with a beaming smile as his clone disappears, would add, Woohoo! We did it, Vegeta! I told you we could. Now we'll finally be able to have a say in what Vegito is doing again. As a smirk finally then reappears on Vegeta's face too, and he says,
Indeed, Kakarot. I didn't doubt myself for a second. What say you, Vegito? You did say you were a Saiyan of your word, didn't you?
Before a positively infuriated look would appear on Vegito's face as he grunts and begins disappearing once again, this time just letting out as he does so.
A deal is a deal.
And just like that, the scene would then shift back into the real world, with Vegito standing tall in the wind as black lightning surrounds his entire body. Silently though, inside his mind, he would return to the mindset of his one true mission. Before with a cold look, letting out,
And that deal is to finish killing all of the gods. Time to find you, final destroyer. Your time has come, Mule!
As behind the God Killer, a vision of both God of Destruction Mule and his angel Campari would then be seen, as if targets in a bingo book. But as Vegeta would think of the god, in a faraway universe, Mule would finally be seen once more. His head ducked down in the darkness as he would say ominously,
He is finally coming. I can sense it in my blood. My Grim Reaper. Are you three ready? Campari. Yes. Awamo. Yes. And you.
As shockingly, the final member of Mule's entourage is unbelievably revealed to be Zeno's god himself. One destroyer, 2 angels, and one of the strongest warriors in the multiverse, enough to guard the king of all, now awaits the famed God Killer. But back with Vegito, not even a second more is wasted, as the God Killer stares into the sky cold with his palm faced upwards as he thinks,
forget the damn staff. I've grown even greater with my control of these rings. Universe 3 or not, I can go anywhere I desire with just these. Even another location in the present timeline.
And instantly, a time portal is then opened right over the head of Vegito. And with a sinister smirk expected of the God Killer, Vegito would then begin disappearing into its void, giggling out one final time as he does so.
Ready or not, here I come.
And eventually, on a suitably strange new planet, the portal would reopen, and Vegito's foot would then softly land in tow. And in a drastically better mood now, Vegito with his arms folded would just nonchalantly look around for any trace of Mule, knowing the score by now that it will be harder done than said as he lets out,
Alright, you know I'm here, Destroyer. Your time has come, and Zeno knows I gave you plenty of it. Save me the hassle of finding you, and I may make your death quick.
But as Vegito enjoys himself talking to thin air, from afar, the God Killer is kept in the sights of a very robotic looking scope. Zooming in quickly at the head of Vegito, he continues to turn from side to side, completely oblivious that he is now in target. And suddenly, from the direction of the scope, what looks like a speeding missile is fired at insane speeds, shooting off down the landscape within nanoseconds, having reached Vegito in its sight before... Just as the strange object is in touching distance, Vegito finally reacts. Only for a humongous explosion like no other to then follow, altering the entire landscape of the planet instantly. And once the damage is done, the culprit is seen, as a mechanized standing robot is seen in the distance with an enormous and powerful looking sniper of some variety. And once zoomed in on its lifeless face, the machine would report,
Target eliminated. I got him, boss. Direct hit. The rest of you can now stand down and await orders.
And just like that, suddenly from all corners of the smoke and debris of the explosion, 5 other mysterious figures appear.
Good work, boss.
As once revealed, 5 more completely armored and battle-clad robots are seen, each green in color, but all slightly different from one another.
No! Don't stand down!
But finally, from the confines of what seems like an isolated box, God of Destruction Mule then finally makes his appearance, looking panicked in the face as he continues,
That's not nearly enough! Direct hit or not, you all keep firing until there isn't a trace of him left! Go! Go now!
You heard him, boys. Keep firing!
On command, all 6 would then do as Lord Mule commanded, blasting off non-stop a mixture of missiles and high-powered energy beams right back into the direction of where Vegito was. And as expected, an even greater explosion is seen, one which begins shaking and damaging the very fabric of the planet. The commander, meanwhile, back in the distance with his giant sniper, would continue delegating.
Keep going, boys. I don't want to see anyone stop until we run out of ammo. What Lord Mule says goes.
As he then, just the same as the rest of his men, continues his barrage in an attempt to disintegrate the God Killer.
No! I think it's time you stop firing those pea shooters. Can you not see the smoke it's creating? Think of the effect on global warming for once.
What?
But in classic style, and probably to be expected by now, a familiar god-killing voice is then heard right behind the commander.
Wait, who was that? Lord Mule? Was that you?
Confusing the simple-minded robot as he waits for clarification until... Suddenly, right through the middle of his skull, an energy blade slices right through.
Sorry, but it looks like your call got cut off.
Revealing Vegito with his energy sword in hand, chopping the commander in half through his body, as mechanical oil and blood splatters everywhere.
Really, Mule? This is the best you could do?
As both sides of the robot then explode on the dark and sinister face of Vegito, and a grin builds upon his first cold kill of the day.
What? No! Commander!
And one by one, as realization ripples through the rest of the ranks of their leader's brutal death, the 5 robots stand petrified in fear.
Don't worry, kids. You'll be joining your papa soon.
As a devious stare then accompanies the God Killer.
What?
And suddenly, one by one, each of the mechs would then become confronted by a god of destruction. The first by Mirus, the second by Halise, the third by Belmod, fourth by Liquor, and the fifth, finally by Rumshi. Each with their palms stretched out forward until... Hakai! With the lifeless faces of their former destroyers, each would yell the chant of destruction straight at their robotic victim, instantly erasing the 5 mechs from existence as their dust-like bodies now disappear into the atmosphere in front of Vegito's divine apparition.
No!
And from wherever Mule is hidden, watching on, he would explode in fury, his eyes barely able to conceive what they had just seen as he continues. My Elite 6! I spent centuries building those! How dare you, God Killer! And as this fury builds, suddenly, the very floor and surface of the planet Vegito is standing on would begin rumbling and crumbling right before the eyes of the God Killer, as if the planet itself was mourning the loss of the 6 robotic victims. As suddenly, bursting forth from the ground itself, right behind Vegito, Mule, encased in a totally new and powerful robotic shell, explodes with extreme speed, taking even Vegito by surprise, as he can only stare forward, wide-eyed, when the unexpected machine appears.
What on earth? Destroyer! Is that you?
Eventually quickly turning his head to meet eyes first with the mechanical abomination in front, only for...
You die here, God Killer!
the powerful looking robot to then quickly launch what appears to be an energy katana straight at Vegito. But just in the nick of time, with his own energy sword already extended, Vegito is able to clash his against the robots, defending himself and narrowly avoiding being stabbed straight through.
Close one!
Leaving Vegito just smirking away as he tries his best to peer into the internals of the machine, adding,
What a strange new robot. Mule, that is you inside, isn't it? You know me too well, Vegito!
And surprisingly, even though his attack was blocked, a crazed smile is seen on Mule, as he replies,
Yes, well thanks to you, I had to leave my daily robot shell behind the last time we met. But for you, I've brought out my greatest trump card. I call this Gundam, the strongest fighting machine in Universe 3, and the most advanced technology ever seen in the multiverse.
Before, without warning, and with extreme speed and force, Mule would launch the Gundam's leg straight into the torso of Vegito, actually causing the God Killer enough pain to spit out blood as he briefly thinks,
That speed from a destroyer?
But it wouldn't be enough to push Vegito too far, as scraping across the ground by his feet, he would soon reach a halt, grabbing his stomach where he was hit before.
Fantastic, Mule!
Somehow, through the pain, the sadomasochistic side of Vegito resurfaces again, as if almost happy for the destroyer, as he says,
You weren't kidding! I actually felt that. Your technology must be more advanced than even Dr. Jerome's. To think, the last of you weak gods would have something like this up your sleeve. Ha 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 ha! You feel my strength, do you? Well, too late now, God Killer!
And Mule, completely enthused with Vegito's words, would emulate, yelling back,
I'm sure you're realizing now. I was always the secret dark horse among the gods. They all doubted me, judged me for my size. But the truth is, where their power was limited by their own bodies, my power was only limited by just how strong I wanted to make my next robot. My power is infinite. And I will always remain the strongest god by far.
But this long and boastful monologue is unfortunately then silenced, as Mule's pupils almost disappear in shock and fear, as something unexpected happens. Slowly, he turns his head down within the machine he was safely confided in before.
What?
Unbelievably, within his own solid machine, a familiar arm that can only belong to one feud Saiyan appears grabbing his arm. And once we peer outside, Vegito the God Killer is of course inexplicably seen with a clone behind the Gundam. taking a leaf out of Goku's book from earlier with his arm firmly penetrated through its backside, as he then calmly asks,
"Ah, so you were in there, Mule. I thought I could smell fear in here. So where were we? Something about that toaster making you the strongest god? Huh? Come out and tell me more."
And with now an angered roar, Vegito would begin tensing all his muscles while concentrating all of it on his arm, grabbing Mule before... With one vicious swoop, Vegito would then rip out the destroyer like a baby from its pram, as the Gundam is left completely wrecked and crumpled in the process. Turning to the fearful god with a smile and letting out,
"Much better, right? You were due some fresh air. Now, are you ready to die, my friend?"
Stunning the petrified destroyer, who can only just mutter in his final moments,
"No! I need your help now!"
And on hearing this strange final sentence from Mule, Vegito suddenly stops in his tracks, sensing something strange in the distance. Something powerful. And without warning, just in front of Vegito, a group of figures smash straight onto the ground, pushing Vegito back briefly from the impact alone and forcing him to let go of Mule. Quickly to build up space and to get a better look, Vegito would then manually jump back, angrily first saying as the group are covered in smoke,
"What's this now? More toasters and refrigerators from Universe 3? Give me a break!"
But as the smoke fades, instead, three figures begin to be seen staring straight back at the now silent Vegito. And shockingly, the three are revealed to be none other than the first of Zeno's guards, with both Angel Campari and Iwamo on either side, protecting Mule behind as if he were the Omni King himself.
You!
And Vegito, now for the first time in a while, completely stunned, would only be able to think back to the flashback of when he first met the guard, and how in one punch he was near taken out for the count in his ultra form.
Perfect! This is perfect! Finally, a chance to see just how much I've improved! Try that attack on me now, God!
As with a horrific roar and power up to his ultra form once more, surrounded in dancing black lightning, Vegito would ready himself for his toughest battle yet, and for the first time with divinity directly linked to Zeno himself. So our story continues with a crazed-looking Vegito staring face to face, covered in dancing black lightning and violent aura, as he faces not only Mule, but two angels, Iwamo and Campari, along with the god of Zeno. As with a smirk, Vegito would begin.
Hello, slave of Zeno. I hope you remember me, as not a day goes by that I have forgot about you. Yeah!
Before looking like a primal beast, the God Killer would then duck down his body into a stance that could only mean he is ready for battle, as he focuses his glare and continues.
You know, quite often as soon as I get a major power-up, the perfect test appears just in time. But this is the greatest of timings. Now, not only will I get my revenge for that sucker punch you gave me all that time ago, but now I will know once and for all just how much closer I am to tasting Zeno's blood! Zeno's blood? You filthy subspecies.
The mention of his master and lord's name, leaving the guard now with a furious and steadfast look, ready to erupt back until... Silence, heathen! Suddenly out of nowhere, the angels of Universe 1 and 3 appear in front of the guard, yelling out, "You do not dare talk to the royal guards with that tone, mortal! You are stained with the cardinal sins of murdering our brethren. Before you even think to step another foot further, you will face your just punishment by our hands!" But hearing this, the God Killer is less than impressed, as his smirk turns to a scowl and he replies coldly,
I had a bad feeling you idiots would butt in. Listen, stay out of this, you weaklings. That giant lump behind you has got my Saiyan blood pumping now, and I'm not going to waste a second of it on the likes of you. Wait your turn patiently, and I promise your deaths will come soon enough. But for now, his life becomes mine first.
Funny. Haha. Yes, quite. As somehow, without a jolt of fear for the God Killer, the angels would only smile back, with Campari saying, "To think Brother Whis could stand taking you under his wing with such an attitude," while Wamo adds, "Yes, quite unbelievable really. Were there really not any other alternatives to this barbaric lug?" But Vegito, humoured by their comments, would just then say threateningly,
Those are sounding like fighting words, angels. But I'm warning you, make one more move instead of stepping aside, and this will get real dark real quick.
Who does this mortal think he is talking to? But completely unbothered, in response, both angels like robots would begin twirling their staffs round and round, before Campari would say, "You do realize we are the older brothers of your so-called master, don't you? Whatever you know, God Killer, is only the remnants of what we taught Whis first."
Shut up and die!
But instantly, without a care in the world, Vegito would blast out a massive energy wave of destruction power straight for all four gods in the distance. Its speed so fast, even the ultra instinct-clad angels are completely unable to react until too late.
Brother!
But it seems, in the final nanoseconds before their complete destruction, they aren't the only ones to react, as the guard's body begins to mysteriously vanish too. Huh? No, my lord! As shockingly, the first of Zeno's guards would take back over the reins of the battle, appearing instead this time right in front of Vegito's blast, without fear before...
Pitiful!
With one palm up, faced right at the humongous blast, the guard looks as if it is about to absorb the beam Vegito style until... in a truly unexpected twist, instead an incredibly large force field of red energy is erected instead, protecting not only Wamo and Campari, but also Mule far behind too, as Vegito's blast just explodes on the outside, unable to penetrate even in the slightest. And as the smoke of the explosion then fades, the energy barrier remains as expected, as powerful as when first brought up, and inside, with his palms still raised, the god is also untouched.
Huh? What the hell?
The sight of the red barrier, though, leaving Vegito bewildered, having never expected such a defensive move from Zeno's right hand, as he thinks,
that's got to be a technique similar to what Android 17 uses, but way tougher. That was a strong blast. It looks like it didn't budge at all.
And eventually, safe inside, the god would then lower his hand once more, before turning his head to give a side eye to the two angels behind, saying,
"You three stay behind this barrier. I do not require your involvement or assistance. Part of my assignment here is to ensure your survival, and I will not fail that mission from Zeno himself. Disobey, however, and a fate worse than death will befall you."
And with those venomous words said threateningly, the god would then begin walking straight towards the energy barrier, before passing straight through it as if it was never there. Approaching closely now to the god killer, before coming to a halt and remaining silent. But Vegito, observing, could not help but be pleased with the unorthodox arrangement. With one hand on his hip and a smile on his face, he would then say,
"How very interesting. So you choose to fight me alone, do you? You're either supremely confident in your power, or completely out of your depth. Either way, consider it a compliment that you are far more honorable than some previous gods I've met. Looks like Christmas has come early for me."
But the god, as stone cold as ever, would begin then letting out his first words of true dialogue to the god killer, as he would respond,
"I am not interested in any form of compliment from your kind, god killer. Those three behind pose no threat to you, and we both know that. If I had let them out, they would have only served to get in my way, and if my research is correct, may have even increased your strength further. For now, I will fight you in your current state. Lord Zeno is looking for a good show between us, so perhaps if you disappoint him, I shall let you snack on them to try again." What? Zeno!
But this line in its entirety does nothing but stop Vegito in his tracks with confusion. With a bewildered look, he mutters out,
"A show? For that brat? That midget has been watching me all along. Is that what you're saying? Then why the hell has he done nothing about it? Why has he never come to stop me himself? Why send you? Simple employee of his."
But as Vegito questions, for the very first time, Zeno's god would begin unbuttoning his jacket, as if removing a restricting garment, as he would look at Vegito and let out,
"First of all, do not ask me why Lord Zeno does as he does. He is the god of all, my creator, and it is not my place to ever question what he desires, and neither is it yours. And secondly, I am no employee. I protect the Omni King with my life, as I owe him it and more. And finally, if you wish to address me, at least call me by name. I am Z, first of the royal God, and more than enough to finish you on Lord Zeno's behalf. Do not dwell on the fairy tale of challenging one as great as him, you simple mortal.
And with that said, Z would then finally toss the weighted jacket far into the air, revealing a tight bodysuit underneath that resembles that of a wrapped mummy.
Come!
And with no more restrictions, would then enter a familiar fighting stance, one shown by both Whis and Mirus, as he would add,
Don't just stand there. Like I said, Lord Zeno is expecting a show. Your actions for the last 10 years have been some of the greatest fun the young king has seen in a while. So do me a favor and do not let him down now, Saiyan.
stunning Vegito as he soon begins to realize what a sick joke his pain and suffering must be to the gods, as he mutters,
Last 10 years? Everything that happened, that was Zeno's fun! Fun! This is all fun to you monsters!
changing Vegito's tone to one filled with maddening anger, as his teeth grind and black lightning begins to dance before...
Damn gods!
With his rage now uncontrollable, the Kempt Cool would turn to a pure explosion of power, as instantly Vegito would transform to his final Ultra form. His hair longer than usual, a black horn suddenly sprouting forth, along with a black eye, and his body and mouth wide open as he yells maniacally,
This is exactly why all of your kind must be erased! How dare you treat us mortals like such meaningless objects! I am not your personal show, but I will make damn sure this battle scars that twerp for life!
And immediately, now looking to create a violent scene, Vegito would then shoot off straight for Z. His face targeted at the royal guard as he yells,
None of that energy barrier nonsense! If you truly are looking to make this entertaining, then fight me head on! Very well.
But in response, Z seems completely at ease, even agreeing with Vegito's demands, as he, at first, appears to be standing completely still until...
You're taking far too long, and you're far too open.
With insane speed that almost makes Vegito look like he is moving in slow motion, in a flash, Z would run by foot straight forward to look Vegito in the eyes.
You!
Shocking the God Killer as he's left wide-eyed mid-flight, as 1 second the guard appears far off, and the other he appears right in front of him in a blur of velocity. This one is one of the Lord's favorite attacks! And the Royal Guard, making perfect use of his extreme speed and unexpected appearance in front of Vegito, would then launch a perfect uppercut right onto the jaw of the unsuspecting God Killer, instantly changing the direction of Vegito completely as his chin shoots straight up. Immediately causing a near knocked unconscious Vegito to fly straight up like a reverse arrow up high into the atmosphere, eventually even leaving the orbit of the planet itself in what seems like nanoseconds. And as his body would travel further and further like a ship on its way to Namek, an eerie silence and a dead look would be seen on the God Killer's face and body, as he falls into shell shock from the speed and force of what he just felt, and can only mutter,
This is the gods of Zeno.
But as Vegito's uncontrollable body continues to fly upwards, above, Zeno's guard would inexplicably already be there, with his foot completely raised in an axe kick position, ready to decimate the fused Saiyan further, as Z would look down and say,
Where do you think you're going? Get back down there, where Lord Zeno can see you. What? I can't stop my body!
But the still shocked into paralysis Vegito, in response, would only be able to grit his teeth back, as it appears, from that first attack alone, he has no way now to dodge in time. Ultimately being smashed right in the face with the hard heel of the god. With such impact, the near-lifeless body of Vegito then speeds back down to the planet of Mule, like an asteroid about to blow it to pieces. And with a humongous crash, just as expected, Vegito would smash straight down onto the surface of the planet for cataclysmic impact. And once the dust would begin to settle, brutally damaged on the ground, and unfortunately face first flat on the mud too, is Vegito. Damaged in every section, as only groans of pain can be heard. But from the depths of the groans, soon the grumbles of the God Killer rising once more is heard, slowly but surely pushing up from the ground. Before eventually getting up to a crouched stance, huffing and puffing from the exhaustion. Until once zoomed in, we begin to see the extent of Vegito's damage from just 2 strikes from the legendary god, as he concedes,
What is going on here? With the power I got from Yamoshi, this form should be more than enough. Why is my body reacting like this? I need to get a grip and finish this.
But before Vegito could gather himself and get his confidence back up, like a bullet from the heavens themselves, Z would begin descending at an alarming rate, and pinpointed to one specific location.
What?
As suddenly the eyes of Vegito burst open in terror, and blood forcefully shoots out of his mouth. As once zoomed out, we see exactly where the shooting rocket, formerly known as Z, had indeed landed, with it being directly on the back and spine of Vegito, once again slamming the defenseless God Killer back down, face forward to the ground, only moments after struggling to get back up, and of course for another huge bang. And in the aftermath of the massive crater left directly under Vegito now, everything is then finally confirmed, with Zeno's guard nonchalantly seen standing on the back of Vegito as if he were a cushion, his arms folded and without a look of care. Until he would then look down at the pitiful state of the God Killer and let out, "What a waste it was to travel all the way down here. As expected, one of the remaining 5 could have handled this. Right now, I know Lord Zeno is very disappointed with how one-sided this fight is. God Killer, this is merely a warm-up for me, but you seem out for the count already. If
3 attacks are all that were needed to dispose of you, then perhaps, in some ways, those gods you destroyed never deserved to be in their position after all.
But as the god would begin contemplating on this with utter confidence, soon, strange but familiar dark purple flames would arise near his face, as he would think,
Is this destruction energy?
As once zoomed out, things would become more clear, as all around the body of Vegito and Z, rising slowly, would be more of the dark purple flames until...
Thanks for agreeing with me, but thanks more for the quick power-up, clown!
As suddenly, with a beaming smile, Vegeta would lift his head off the ground, but now completely transformed into just his ultra ego alone. Vegito would reveal his power, having shot up from the intense damage from Z and the stoking of his will for battle as a result. Immediately then vanishing without a trace from the very feet of the god, causing him to lose balance before... Quickly, with an instant reappearance, the God Killer would then slam a high-powered fist directly onto the god of Zeno. His first ever attack landed on the legendary god. And as Vegeta would look on, as the god's cheek and face would move further and further, a cocky laugh would come over him as he would explain,
Surprised by the power of that Z? You see, in this form I call Ultra Ego. The more you hurt me, the more damage I can deal back to you. A lose-lose situation for you, but the ultimate revenge for me. Tell me, are you warmed up enough now?
But coldly, despite Vegito's attack, he would fail to realize even with Z's head and cheek being affected, the god's body would remain stood still. As Z would look to Vegito and just say, instantly then powering up a fierce aura as he just quickly turns back his cheek, forcing Vegito's own entire arm back with it. Leaving the ultra ego-clad Vegito's ego, ironically now shattered. And without warning, with himself unfazed, Z's next move would be to pile drive a foot straight into the gut of the God Killer, taking the shocked Vegito off by chance once more as he instantly spits out blood onto the god. His body then sent flying with less control and more speed than ever before until... viciously, the God Killer's body would then be sent crashing through 3 different mountains, smashing through each as if just kicking down snowmen. Eventually, reaching a hard and sudden halt though, when his body, just by chance, strikes its back onto the energy barrier containing the 2 angels and Mule.
Huh? God Killer? No! What did that damn god just do? Is he trying to kill us?
Of course, scaring the trapped and protected deities to no end as they look straight at Vegito.
You 3 are next!
And scarily, like an uncouth beast, in his anger, Vegito would just turn to the 3, reminding them of their impending fate.
He can't break through this, right?
Leaving the 3 petrified in fear as they wonder just how stable Z's energy blockade really is.
That damn god!
But soon, Vegito would turn his head back and get back down to the foe at hand, as with his frustration building, he would grumble.
This is outrageous. That punch should have got him with at least the same amount of power he struck me with. But he didn't even care. Just how much stronger could a toothpick like him really be? This can't be real!
As soon, in a correlating line with his annoyance and fury, Vegito's body would begin trembling as his power level rises. And in the background, the planet's weather too would reciprocate, turning into a night sky suddenly, with violent thunder and lightning shooting everywhere. While the still unfazed Royal Guard would just place his hands behind his back once more and let out thunder and lightning. More unnecessary theatrics that just waste energy. How pathetic. But at least the mortal knows how to put on a show for Zeno-sama. As Z finishes, Ultra Vegito's final transformation begins, as he yells a truly demonic sounding roar that casts a shining purple light like no other, which causes his own body to be lost within it until... Ultra Vegito finally enters his completed demonic form. Dual horns blared, his upper torso partially covered in purple fur, and both eyes now darkened, as his signature black lightning and furious purple aura now surround the God Killer, with the mysterious V tribal tattoo pulsating in violent pink as it does so. What is that? Leaving the three divine beings perplexed, with not one having seen such a transformation from the God Killer to date. But as Vegito levitates just inches off the ground, he would then finally say himself,
Fine! Enough games! I wanted to show off just how powerful I was, even while holding back. But it seems in this story, I will never reach a new level of power without a new level of competition to go along with it. Damn you, Arj!
But as he then lowers his gaze towards Z, he would add,
If a show is what Zeno wants, then that is exactly what he will get from here on out. But be under no illusion, this is the final act. The power of the new, strongest Saiyan in history.
As calmly, Vegito would then slowly begin rising into the air and away from the energy barrier below, rising further and further into the lightning and thunder above, as the Royal Guard's body also then begins vanishing, reappearing to face Vegito face to face without fear, just whispering, "Good. As long as Zeno is happy, then so am I. Let us begin, God Killer." And just like that, both Vegito and Z would then instantly vanish from the scene, without a word more. And with a loud roar, the two would clash with a thunderous blow that sends multiple shockwaves all throughout the lands, shaking anything and everything, even in the depths of surrounding space. Even waking beings in separate quadrants of the universe. But with our first look of Vegito in the aftermath, it shows him with a truly effort-laden face, as veins pop and his teeth bare, and he stares into Z's eyes. And once we zoom out, the cause of the massive shockwave is clear, as both the Royal Guard and Ultra Vegito have clashed their almighty fists against each other, for the first time having what seems like a near equal exchange. But though Vegito seems to be giving his all, the still unchanged face of Z tells a different story, as the guard would mockingly say, "I suppose this is mildly better than before. You should at least be able to bring a smirk to the young lord's face now."
I will! Straight after I rip yours off first!
Resulting in the God Killer quickly then rushing in at the guard with his newfound speed after absorbing your motion. And with this level of power and speed, the Royal Guard now is forced to block the powerful blow. And so too would he, Vegito's next punch too, with the guard only internally thinking to himself at this point, so this is the potential of mortal. But with his first two attacks failing, Vegito would launch himself off to garner some distance, as the guard would then question, "Over already? You've hardly improved. A little more powerful and a little faster, but you still fight without grace or elegance. It seems you have no intention at all of actually challenging Lord Zeno or the priest. Do you, God Killer? Stand down now, and I will finish this for the sake of everyone." Instantly triggering Vegito as his teeth begin to grind together, saying,
Don't talk to me like that!
Immediately vanishing and appearing right behind Z with instantaneous speed. Speeding a fist aimed at the guard's head, but unfortunately, with perfect timing, his arm is caught instead in the grip of Z, as he turns and whispers, "Attacking from behind now? How disgraceful." Mercilessly then following this up with a vicious slam of his knee, straight into the stomach of Vegito with a thunderous impact that is heard even miles away. The slam being so damaging, Vegito can't help but cough out both crimson blood and spit, as his internal organs begin to shatter and rupture. And almost as if having moved through the body of the God Killer like a ghost, Z would then be seen a distance ahead, with his back turned to Vegito, who still continues to grip onto his damaged body in agony. But now turning without a shred of caution or worry, Z would look to Vegito with disdain and say, "This is pointless. For whatever reason, Lord Zeno expected you to put up some form of challenge for me. I do not know why. Given at this level, you are not even stronger than the fourth of the five. And I am far beyond him." What? And with this shocking last line, Vegito is left nothing short of gobsmacked to hear it from the guard himself, as Vegito turns quickly and questions,
Far beyond the fourth? No! Why are they considered the strongest in the multiverse if even you surpassed them? Just like the priest!
Z, however, would just explain calmly. The five strongest are just deities given the name by default, as Zeno hand selected them. Even the priest used to be a part of them, But once Lord Zeno grew bored, he removed him and added the new fifth. They may be the strongest outside of those who guard the Omni King, but do not get caught up in the fantasy that even they are not more than mere playthings to Lord Zeno and the priest. I've never met the fifth, but more than likely, my brother and I would make short work of him, just like I have with you. Give up. And hearing this, a silence would befall Vegito as he begins wiping his mouth of the blood he's coughed out so far. Quickly then descending from the sight of Z back down to the ground for a light thud. Gathering himself, assessing the new situation after this information, Vegeta would then think,
It's just as I thought when I fought Yamoshi. No matter what I do, there's limits to what I can do as a mortal. The gap between the true gods and myself is never ending. This god, who even knows just how vast his power can be? He hasn't tried in the slightest yet, and it seems, even if I absorb the rest of the five, just he and that other god would still defeat me, let alone the priest. Is there nothing I can do?
"Hey, Vegito! Don't talk like that!"
Huh? What was that?
But suddenly, a voice from inside Vegito would suddenly call out to the God Killer, freezing him still as he wonders what even is happening. And shockingly, we would then see the sounds are actually coming from both Goku and Vegeta, as Vegito would then yell out,
What? You two? What the hell are you doing disturbing me in the middle of battle? Do you want me to come in there and embarrass you again?
But from within Vegito, we would then see Goku and Vegeta, staring up at a staticky projection of the God Killer, as Goku with a smile would then say, "Hey, you said if we got a hit in, we'd be involved from now on, right? Well, here we are. Looks like you're about to give up. So I'd say this is a better time than any." Before Goku would then point towards a fully healed again Yamoshi in the background, continuing, "Listen, you absorbed that guy over there for a reason, didn't you? Doesn't he have a form even stronger than the one you're using? He kept his own against Kaioken times 2000, from what I heard. Imagine you use that form now, and then stack Kaioken on top. It's a Super Saiyan form he used. It could be done just like we do with Blue."
No! Never!
But suddenly, mid Goku's explanation, Vegito would instantly cut him off, yelling out in disagreement furiously. "Huh?
What?"
Confusing Goku and Vegeta instantly as Goku questions in a hushed tone, "But why?" And Vegito, now more calm and almost in a disgruntled tone, would just say hushed,
But because...
Only for Vegito now to be interrupted by Yamoshi, who would add, "Allow me to explain to you fools. Because if he were to access the true Super Saiyan God form, which by the way, I even doubt he could, he would become a true God. Not the silly replicas you two use, the true God form of a Saiyan. And with that, he would be no God Killer no more. Not unless you planned on finishing yourself too, right, Vegito?" What? You've got to be kidding me! Surprising Goku and Vegeta once more as they try their hardest to believe this couldn't be the reasoning. But with a now steadfast stance, Looking forward at the two Saiyans, Vegito would confirm,
Correct. And I refuse to become that which I fight so hard to get rid of. I understand you two only wish for payback on the 12 destroyers and those gods who were involved in the taking of our loved ones. But this goes deeper for me. You two have no idea of the suffering I went through at their hands during those 10 years. At least in that time, you two could talk, could battle, could train, could do anything with freedom within my mind. But at that time, I just lay there in wait, chained up. My own consciousness as Vegito didn't even come into play until after the 5th year. And once I escaped what I had to do, I knew, even if I got rid of some of these gods, and not all, another would just arrive to take their place. And that power balance between god and mortal would return, eventually ending up in the horror I had to endure once more. I will not be here forever, and one day you two will be free while I disappear. I have one chance to rid the multiverse of these scum, and I will do it right. And unless you two want to die along with me, there's no way I become a god myself. Now, be gone!
and just like that, Vegito's image would then begin fading away, before vanishing completely from Goku and Vegeta, with Goku yelling after him, "What? Vegito! No, wait!" But of course, it would be too late. But Vegeta, who up until this point had remained relatively silent, would just stop Goku and say,
Leave him, Kakarot. At this point, there's nothing more we can do. We just have to believe now in him. Believe in Vegito.
But mysteriously, behind Goku and Vegeta in the distance, another silent figure in the Demon Emperor Vegito absorbed from Guts' sword then begins to suddenly turn to smoke. But back on the battlefield in the real world, Z would then descend to the ground in front of the seemingly given up Vegito, as the guard would then question, "So, what now, God Killer? Is this show finally over? I'm not sure you impressed Zeno too much, but at the very least, I can assure you, I will be able to make your death a spectacle that would bedazzle anyone." But Vegito, though defeated in stance, would curiously then just say,
Wait! The end credits haven't rolled just yet, God. I've got one last thing I want to show that midget and priest before we fade to black.
As now closing his eyes and biting his lip in concentration so hard blood begins to seep, Vegito goes totally silent, seeking within for power, but from where? And suddenly, in a scary scene, Vegito's eyes would burst open, now completely black. And with an ungodly roar, would then become completely surrounded in a pitch black aura that shoots into the sky, all before Zeno's guard, who remains patiently waiting. And soon, one by one, we would begin to see changes within Vegito. His fur now turning all black and expanding across his chest, a shawl of black fur overflowing from his neck, his hands turning beastly as both horns grow larger and more vicious in nature. And finally, not only do his eyes turn a horrific shade of purple, but the black mark on his cheek, attained by Yamoshi, then grows larger and larger, now covering far more of his face.
Welcome, Zeno. I hope you're watching closely. After all, this will be the final episode!
As unbelievably accessing an entirely new form, Vegito decides if he cannot become a god to fight on these monsters' levels, he will sacrifice instead his mortality itself to become a true demon. As now, surrounded in an aura that would bring fear to anyone, true demon Vegito is born. So our story continues with the new true demon Vegito standing in his new form. Vicious purple eyes and all, as he smirks, staring deep into Zeno's guard's soul, laughing away.
You don't know what to say now, do you, God? Keep staring. Maybe then, this nightmare will go away.
Before then raising both palms to his face, marveling at his new appearance and power, as he continues with a smile, letting out...
Amazing! The power of a demon emperor mixed with the strongest Saiyan known to man! Who knew I would come out looking so damn scary? So, this is what it feels like to be on the other side. Right now, I look even more like a villain than you do, don't I, Z?
Before we then get a view of Vegito's backside, which has equally also gone through some changes, as he comments,
"And would you look at that? My Saiyan tail. It's gone. Replaced with..."
Before with a violent crash, true demon Vegito would slam the oversized tail down onto the ground, crumbling the floor itself as he does so. Before looking around to it and saying,
My. Replaced with a demon's tail, I assume? How unsightly. It reminds me of Frieza's, actually. He is a frost demon after all. But regardless, just like him, something tells me this tail will be a lot more useful than my last one.
but standing some ways away, watching everything go down, with not as much of a flinch still, the unimpressed guard would just think internally,
"The God Killer. I had my suspicions, but it is as Dai had predicted. This Saiyan is no longer mortal. The energy he now possesses, its nature has corrupted. He is no longer fit to be in this realm. I shall send him down to the demon..."
But quickly, as Z calmly tries to plan his next moves, for the first time, the guard is left near perplexed, as he stares straight ahead, as if having seen a ghost, muttering, You... As shockingly, out of nowhere, despite initially being far off in the distance, observing his own tail, true demon Vegito would now appear straight in front of the bemused guard. Shocked at his speed, as Vegito would say,
"What? Surprised to see me? I thought we were supposed to be Zeno's entertainment. So why does it seem like I'm the one running the show now, huh, Z?"
Before calming his cocky smirk down and questioning further,
"I would ask you what you think of my new look, but I don't need to hear the opinion of slaves. Bring me your master now. He's watching closely, right? And the priest? I want to see their faces right now!
But the annoyed Z would just remain silent, begrudgingly taking in Vegito's insults before letting out, "Unfortunately, as much as I would like to, I cannot grant that wish. But do not worry, everything is being watched closely. I can assure you that. Lord Zeno has a keen interest, after all, in the one known as Son Goku." And with a giggle, Vegito would just then reply,
Oh, really?
Before then,
Well, Zeno! Are you enjoying what you're seeing? Your dear son Goku looks a little different now, and he will not be there to save you once I get my hands on you. You and the Grand Priest have your names written on gravestones, and once I'm done slaughtering your god, I'm coming for you next!
instantly pointing his face to the sky and crazily shouting to thin air, visualizing that indeed the Omni King and Priest could hear him out, as he just patiently waits, looking on disgusted at his opponent.
I will destroy you!
Laughing like a maniac as if just having lost his mind, saliva and demonic goo splattering all over all the while as he does so. But soon, as we look on, the scene would begin zooming out and become grainy in picture. As in a surprise turn, we finally do see Zeno, the second god, and the Daishinkan all looking on at Vegito and Z on a giant screen, just as the god had said. Wow! Son Goku looks so cool! And in typical fashion, the drama intention would be broken as the thoroughly pleased and impressed Zeno would say in childlike fashion, "He looks so cool now! Wow, his eyes are even purple! My favorite color! Dai, do you think he's stronger than Z now? I think he is!" But in complete contrast to the Omni King's excitable stance, the Grand Priest would look on completely alarmed, as sweat would drip down his face, but perhaps not for the reasons we think, as the Daishinkan would then think to himself, Vegito? What is that he has become? That is no Saiyan! Those horns, those eyes, that is demon incarnate. This game Zeno is playing is going too far. Why is he allowing this? Does he not remember what happened with Lucif? The rules are clear. No demon emperor level creature may be allowed outside of the demon realm. Ever! Z, I know you're under orders to make this battle pleasing to Zeno, but do not let this thing get any stronger! Finish him now, before he grows more! As behind the priest, a striking image of a mystery demonic creature roaring viciously into the sky is seen. But almost perfectly, like a trained actor, the priest would then change his expression entirely, as he replies to Zeno, saying with a fake smile, "No, of course not, my lord. You know all too well, the power of the gods is something truly to be reckoned with, and Z is no exception." I'm afraid your little show won't last too much longer. But I do hope you have been adequately entertained so far. Once Z actually begins using his divine powers, our friend Son Goku will be no more. But coldly, a strange and out-of-character laugh would then come from the Omni King, as ominously, Zeno would then trudge out. We shall see about that, Dai. I have a feeling my fun is only just starting. Huh? Instantly taking the priest off guard, as he now looks to the Omni King, realizing the strange tone and sentence, as he thinks, Zeno? What was that feeling just now? What is he thinking? Before then, an eerie silence would then befall the room, as all three would continue to watch on at Z and Vegito's face-off. And back on the battlefield, the God Killer and Guard would remain standstill. They too not saying a word until... With a now serious and concentrated look, Vegito would target his attention back to Z and say, I believe they've got the message now. So, shall we bring this show to a close now? Safe to say, things will be going a little differently this time. To which Z would just respond unfazed, simply, good. Now finish with your delusional speeches and prove it. I am here for Lord Zeno, but even I have not got all... But suddenly, Z would then be interrupted as he would quickly look down with shock. What the? As out of nowhere, a clawed hand would burst forth from the ground, grabbing at his ankle. And as he lifts his head up to observe Vegito, what underhanded moves? Is this truly how you... But that too would be cut short with confusion, as suddenly Vegito would appear even closer to Z, now almost face to face with the guard, with both his arms behind him, just muttering, You should have never looked down, Z. Didn't Daddy Zeno ever teach you? To keep your eyes on the prize, slave! As with a positively crazed and demonic scream, Vegito would yell out in manic while his arms bulge from behind. And with an intense, undetectable speed, the God Killer would then slam his left fist straight onto the cheek of the grabbed into place guard. This time, and for the first time, sending Z flying off, just as the guard had done to Vegito so many times before. Sending the roll guard spinning and rolling in the air, struggling to regain himself until... With a full skid across the ground by his hand and both feet, Z would find himself in control once more. As when we finally zoom in on his face, in a surprising sight, the royal guard of Zeno now draws blood, leaking cleanly from his lip right where Vegito had punched him. And without a word more, Z would then wipe the blood off his thumb, before then staring at it as he sees a purple smudge on his cuticle. At first, he would be silent, taking in whether if this was reality or not, before in deep thought, he would think, outstanding. A mortal has made me draw blood. Impressive indeed. But this just all the more confirms that this creature is slowly but surely evolving from mortal to demon. It is just as I and the priest had suspected. Vegito, you are now a true abomination that cannot be allowed to remain in this realm. But unlike with Lucifer, I will not make the same mistake of allowing you to grow any stronger. And with that said, the royal guard would then rise back up to full stature. But on his face, an uncharacteristic smirk would appear as he would say to Vegito, "But abomination or not, given there has only been 4 in history to have seen me bleed, 3 of which are the priest my brother and the 4th, I cannot help but be pleased with your performance. You may entertain Zeno yet with this level of power, but that will be the final time you draw blood from the likes of me." Before the guard would then quickly get back into his signature angelic fighting stance, his body solid as rock and unmoving as he would yell, "Come, God Killer! Show me the true power of the mortal that rolls dice with the devil." And in typical fashion back, a battle-lusted smile would then come to Vegito, but perhaps with words we would not expect, as he ominously then replies, "Sure, I can show you that, but perhaps maybe first deal with those 3 first." Confusing Z as quickly he notices the sudden appearance of 3 mysterious figures around him, turning his head quickly only to reveal, "What?" In a shocking, unexpected sight, 3 godly apparitions would appear. But not just any gods, as the apparitions would be of Mule, Awamo, and Campari, the same 3 gods locked up in Z's energy barrier, and crucially, 3 gods that Vegito has not even absorbed yet. Huh? What? Leaving all 3 of the divine creatures in the barrier now to react in a mixture of shock, bewilderment, and pure terror as they see the unthinkable appear right before their eyes. What is going on here? That's me in there! And you, Awamo! Campari! How is that so? I thought that freak's power relied on taking our energies to form those, causing Mule, in particular, to scream out in panic. All the while, Z would remain far more stoic, as he lets out, "Yes, I too thought that. In all my observations of you, I have not seen you do something like this without a god's energy. What is the meaning of this, God Killer?" And Vegito, as if enjoying every moment of their confusion and panic, would then just fold his arms, relaxed as if having just released his trump card, replying, "Don't be too confused. You may still be along the right lines. Maybe that energy I'm using is in fact their energy. Maybe if you do anything to harm those apparitions, then whatever you do will link back to those 3 poor gods you tried oh so hard to protect. Kill those, and you kill them too." What will you do now, God? No! When? And on hearing this revelation, both angels within the barrier will then look into their palms, trying to make sense of Vegito's claims. Neither were even touched by Vegito, yet somehow their energy has become linked to him. But how? But presumably, most affected by this dilemma is in fact Z, who would stare coldly at Vegito, emotionless and without a word until... Instantly, in one swoop and with almighty power, Zeno's guard would rip his hands through the throats of each of the energy apparitions, destroying them instantly. Before then staring down at Vegito and saying, "I could care less, God Killer." What? No! Lord Z! Causing each of the three now death-impending gods to scream out in disbelief and disarray, as they now have seemingly lost their lives at the hand of the royal guard of all beings. Huh? That is until moments pass and absolutely no changes happen in their health or appearance, as Mule would comment,
Wait a second. Nothing happened. I'm still alive. My energy is here. Owamo, do you feel anything?
To which the bigger boned angel would respond, No, my lord. Perhaps Lord Z saved us somehow?
He saved you, alright. He tried to kill you. You gods can't even treat your own kind correctly.
Instantly causing Vegito to now burst out into a crazy laughter as his aura uncontrollably fluxes in tune and his signature black lightning begins to dance all around. Before, with a calmer smirk, he would finally begin explaining his bluff.
Well done indeed, Z. For the eagle-eyed among you four, you would have noticed I've been using the power of gods I never absorbed for a little while now. Mirus, Liquor, Rumshi. These are all destroys I murdered in cold blood before I ever made my visit to Jiren. For at the level of power I have now, the sheer amount of divine energy I've collected from 3 of the 5 alone, why would I even bother with you ants? At this point, I can produce perfect copies of your pitiful energies at will, just from observation alone. In fact, I'd say my copies are even stronger than the original. I told you, I couldn't care less!
But not worrying in the slightest about Vegito's explanation, Z would immediately begin rushing in at the God Killer, not wishing any more for the strange bluffs and games.
My, you're impatient today, aren't you? Very well, I will avenge those apparitions and slice off your neck in return! Let's try something different.
As Vegito would then raise his clawed right hand up, and in a similar technique to what has been observed by Jiren, would suddenly coat it in a fiery purple aura, bursting with concentrated energy. And with his arms cocked back, ready to attack, the God Killer would let out smirking cockily.
You're pretty fast when you run like that, God. But do you have the control to dodge something even faster? Die!
Immediately leading to Vegito, launching 3 scythe-like energy waves straight for Z. So fast, within mere moments, they appear to already have reached him, so fast the ground barely has time to react as they move. But even with their speed, Z would notice and do the unexpected.
Pathetic!
Instantly changing his eyes to ones which resemble Ultra Instinct, as suddenly, with pure elegance and unmatched technique, the Royal Guard would move right through, dodging each scythe perfectly, leaving after images in his wake as he moves at light speed straight through and forward to the unsuspecting God Killer.
Is that?
Surprising Vegito only at the last second as he notices how easily the guard maneuvered through his attack before. With a vicious left hook, Z slams his fist straight onto true Demon Vegito's chin, as Vegito reacts strongly with blood instantly spurting out, but his body and stance remaining more or less still stable. And the God Killer would notice this detail too, as he would comment looking back with a smirk.
Is it me, or have you gotten weaker, slave? Let's be real. It's probably just me.
And finally, in return, like a primal beast, the God Killer would reply back with a hardened headbutt, his horns narrowly missing the gut of Z, but visibly damaging him as his entire face winces from pain. And as Z would move back, closing his eyes in agony, Vegito would just laugh goadingly.
Oh, did I give you a tummy ache? It's a shame I missed with these horns. Would have been nice to add some color to that ugly grey wrap all over your body. A hint of purple bloodstains would have done just the trick.
But Z, who would slowly be recovering himself now, grabbing at the region he was just hit at, would reply,
You talk far too much for doing so little. You are faster, yes. You're stronger too. But you are still leagues below me.
instantly getting his hands into a new fighting stance as if ready to grapple. While Vegito would reciprocate and tense his own muscles in his own stance, saying,
Leagues below, huh? Funny. I didn't even think you guards could speak. But now here you are, cracking the most hilarious of jokes. Just goes to show, you should really never judge someone too soon, should you, Z?
With those words exchanged, both Z and true Demon Vegito would then rush towards each other, one deadly serious and the other enjoying every second of it. The two quickly then crash into one another in deadlock, one fist grabbed by Z as the guard's elbow is gripped tight by the God Killer. As Vegito would comment,
Seems my speed matches yours already, guard. Would be a shame if I was still holding back.
but quickly Z would adapt unbothered by Vegito's bluff, slamming a roundhouse kick onto Vegito only for the God Killer to block perfectly.
Try this on!
And in response, making use of his new demon tail, Vegito would quickly spin around, slamming the bulky extremity right onto Z, who would block in time also. Launching a right punch straight after at the back-turned Vegito, only for the Saiyan to immediately vanish.
Peekaboo! Didn't I tell you?
Instantly reappearing to the side of Z mid-flight and a fist cocked back before...
to keep your eyes on the prize!
But with perfect reactions, Z would just narrowly dodge in front of the surprised Vegito. And you need to talk less. Countering finally after the dodge with a swipe of his foot, breaking the deadlock and striking the God Killer right across the face. Ouch! But as Vegeta would look down at the bruise on his cheek, he would still be smiling, commenting,
"Good to see you're still somewhat a challenge, God. I actually felt that. Now that it's my turn, I'll make sure to do you one better!"
As suddenly Vegeta would rush straight for Z, but with his head and horns tilted down like a raging bull. Surprising even the royal guard with the unorthodox attack before...
Done! Looks like I just missed again.
As Vegito would then swipe, but with his razor-sharp horns seemingly having just been evaded by the thinnest of margins.
You!
But once we see the aftermath on the guard's face, it's clear that the God Killer had not entirely failed, as a sharp cut across the face of Z then slices open and bleeds down his angered face.
How funny!
Leading to Vegito with his back turned to continue giggling at the sight of Z.
Stop laughing, heathen! Why do you not stop?
Eventually angering the normally cool and collected guard as he questions his incessant laughter. But looking back with a callous smile, Vegito would reply,
"Sorry, I just find it funny that you said I wouldn't make you draw blood again. That didn't age well, did it, Z? Tell me, how does it feel to finally meet your equal? To meet a demon, as you love to call me, above a god?"
Equal. But on hearing this, Z would then suddenly calm himself down, focusing his glare and replying, "My equal. What a naive and foolish remark. You may have evolved from a mortal to a demon, but you are still a low-level one at that. You are no demon emperor, and you are definitely no Lucifer." Before gently, Z would begin levitating straight into the air, reaching high up as a curious Vegito watches on from below. And instantly, with his eyes closed, high in the sky, the royal guard would then slam his hands together in unique fashion, as immediately a strange aura and pressure would then begin pouring out from his body in all directions. At first, quietly before...
Seraphim form!
Suddenly, in a sharp turn, Z would begin yelling in a deep, powerful voice, powering up his entire body as his eyes explode open with more emotion than ever before. All around him, the clouds themselves would part like the heavens were opening, as perfect blue lightning would crash down from above all across the planet.
What is he doing?
But observing all of this, Vegito would be left nothing short of confused, stumbling back in disbelief at the divine light show and pressure coming suddenly from Z. But looking down like the god he is, the royal guard will call down, "Do not be afraid, demon. Not many of your kind have lived to see this sight. Your smiting will be quick and painless as your reward. For in this form, I channel the power of Akobed, first of the two strongest in angel history. As suddenly, Z would then unleash from his right side a lone angel wing, glistening in white and fine feathered in detail as his entire body becomes surrounded in a thick angelic aura, while his eyes change even further to resemble that of the angels too.
What?
Shocking Vegito as he finally sees the final form of the Royal Guard, revealing that finally all along the two guards of Zeno were a higher class of angel, just like the Grand Priest, as the gobsmacked God-Killer would just mutter,
This energy, this is what he was hiding? No!
But as Vegito would yell out, with instantaneous speed that cannot even be kept up with, Z would suddenly appear next to Vegito, with his angel wings fluttered behind in front of the God-Killer, as the guard would say looking away, I told you, do not be afraid. Do not panic. All demons shall fall eventually to the order of angels. You are no different. Your smiting will be swift, Vegito.
All demons maybe, but don't forget I'm a Saiyan too!
As quickly, both warriors with their fists pulled back would then slam each of their fists directly onto one another for furious impact. Both grimacing as they put what seems like their all, as the sheer power alone creates an explosion of light and covers both of them. And in a huge cataclysm, the planet itself is nearly taken out as their energy creates a sphere of shockwave. And it seems Vegito may still be holding his own until...
My arm!
In a gruesome and shocking scene, just the impact alone against Z's new form causes Vegito's entire arm to explode in the aftermath. But there's less than a second for Vegito to even react to the pain, since as soon as Z sees an opening, he jumps up and lands a brutal flying kick in combo, shooting Vegito off into the distance, straight into a nearby mountain. But Z's attacks in this new Seraphim form do not end there, as quickly, with this one lone wing, he would suddenly launch out 4 glowing angel feathers. And just like that, all 4 would travel like shooting bullets straight at the unsuspecting Vegito, who is still dealing with the damage of the last attack. Eventually then slamming his back against the wall of the mountain, but not breaking through. And with one eye open, Vegito, once stabilized, for a brief moment, would look down at his injury, staring at his leaking arm and thinking,
What happened? Why did my arm...
But as he looks down, an even more shocking sight stares directly back in his face.
What the hell are these?
As suddenly, all over Vegito, in their incredible speed, all 4 feathers have already wrapped themselves around and attached themselves right onto the God-Killer.
Wait, what?
Before, without a moment's more to even digest the situation, they would immediately begin glowing a blinding white light, shocking the fused Saiyan as his entire body is lost in its luster before. In an intense, energy-driven explosion, Vegito is completely taken off guard, potentially ending the God Killer as we know him. Wow! But in another dimension, still watching on, Zeno would jump up in glee and excitement, overjoyed with the spectacle as he yells, "Look at that! Those colors are so pretty! I can't believe it! Z is even cooler than Goku!" And with that reaction, the Grand Priest also shares one similar, albeit far more smug as he thinks introspectively, "Yes, Z, this is how you show the might of the Angel Order. Seems you have finally decided to stop playing around. Luckily for you, Lord Zeno is entertained regardless. Now go forth and show that vile creature the power of my teachings!" And back on the battlefield, the smoke would begin to bellow thickly from the site of Vegito's destruction. All the while, the winged Z would just watch on silently, not letting out as much as a hushed breath until finally saying definitively, "This battle is over. For whatever power you have, demon, the power of an angel above will always prevail. Darkness simply cannot exist in the presence of light." But even with that declaration of the battle being over, a dark silhouette begins to appear from the smoke. Could Vegito truly have survived unscathed? No, as once Vegito would emerge fully, his now completely wrecked and mangled body would be on display, missing multiple limbs and parts of his body as his blood pours all over. And in his stunned adrenaline-filled state, would look down at his shell of a body and let out, You have sealed your fate now! How dare you do this to me? This is my battle to win! Who even are you? This is my manga, you damn slave! You try your best to spin this on me, but it is you monsters that bring darkness to this entire multiverse! It is you who created me, and it is you who will now face the consequences! As Vegito would instantly begin screaming demonically into the sky, as his skin and flesh would turn a familiar shade of pink and start bubbling up before...
I'm done with this! I wanted to save this for the final battle, but if I must use this now, then I will!
As suddenly, in a shocked change of pace, we are then greeted by the sight of Goku Black within the mind of Vegito, confused as he senses a strange sensation. What? What the devil is going on here? I'm not doing this! As suddenly, just like with the Demon Emperor, a strange energy begins to stir within his body, and black lightning begins to show. As on the outside, now with a confident smirk, Vegito would inexplicably lift his right arm straight into the air, and holding his right hand in front, he would just say, smiling, "It's time! I introduced you to my little friends!" Yeah! As suddenly, 4 time rings would appear on his hand, having not been used in battle for such a long time. Now, according to Vegito, about to do the unthinkable. As strangely, Right back where Z is, a myriad of multiple time portals would open all around the Royal Guard, surrounding him at every turn. Leaving Z confused as he would wonder, what nonsense is this? Does he desire to play a game of whack-a-mole with me? Whatever hole he comes out of, I will smite without mercy. Before, as he says this, the foot of a certain Saiyan does then begin to come out of a portal.
What in the name of Zeno?
As unbelievably in one of the most deadly sights of the series, out of the countless time portals, countless true demon Vegitos escape outwards, all laughing and giggling in typical fashion from timelines each separated by milliseconds.
You fool!
This is not how the time rings are meant to be used!
Die? Are you seeing this?
And just as the Royal Guard would panic and call out to the priest, the Dai Shinkan would indeed react in total panic, just muttering,
This cannot be! Where and how could a mortal learn to use a time ring like this?
Only Gowasu and his students could possibly know.
This disruptor of time could cause a calamity!
But back with Goku Black inside Vegito, holding his head eccentrically, the evil fallen Kai would laugh hysterically, impressed with Vegito as he looks down sadistically and comments, oh dear, seems like that filthy mortal has decided to make use of me. And here I thought he would have to beat this knowledge out of me. Oh well, I guess it is now truly over for these damn gods. As the cold laugh of Goku Black would then seamlessly transition into the crazed laugh of Vegito, as with his eyes wide open, with that same eccentric hand position mirroring Goku Black, Vegito would yell out finally,
Now, Z! Now it is finally over!
So our story continues with true demon Vegito, laughing maniacally in the background with his hands resting on his hips as his tail moves about from side to side, letting out from among one of the hundreds, if not thousands of Ultra Vegito copies he had let loose from as many timelines, yelling,
Sorry for bringing these guys uninvited, Z, but I figured for the sake of Zeno's show, the more the merrier.
And as each of the Ultra Vegitos around begin to realize where they are and why they've been summoned, each with their near identical personalities would comment,
Well, would you look at this? What a sight to behold! I've never seen so many beautiful men in one place. Seems one of us couldn't handle the heat and jumped the gun. I don't know about you guys, but I was saving this for Zeno. Ha! Same here.
as another Vegito would interject, with his hand on his face, adding,
What the hell am I even doing here? What a loser the Vegito from this timeline must be! Beaten already? At least try and find out the limits to this form first. If only you knew what you were really capable of.
But eventually, the real Vegito from the current timeline that we know would finally respond back.
Will you two shut up already? Don't question my choices. You'd literally do the same. This is exactly why I prefer just using energy apparitions. At least they wouldn't talk so much.
But Z, who would stand still in his angel fighting stance, one wing still in flow behind him, would look on in annoyance as he thinks, unbelievable, utterly despicable. To think a mortal would be so foolish to wield the time rings like this, to have such disregard for the flow of time and the inevitable consequences that will arise now. Each of those timelines are now distorted and will likely never be the same. I have to stop this now. But Lord Zeno, if I do this too quickly and fail to entertain him, just what will he do? Woohoo! But in stark contrast to the serious nature of what is happening in the mortal realm, back in the lands of the gods, the toddler-like deity is seen jumping in excitement as he continues, "Go Son Goku! Son Goku! Son Goku!" There's just so many of him now. I wonder what Z will do. I told you Goku was stronger, didn't I, Dai? But now, with one of the most panic-stricken looks ever seen on the priest, the Dai Shinken would just think to himself as a blue hue would go over his face. What has he done now? Why is Zeno happy about this? He knows all too well that this is not right. Cronoa will not allow this for much longer. Not even the Time Patrol will be able to handle this many timelines tampered with. Not only that, if the time distortions get bad enough, demons like Toa, Mira, and Demigra will even appear again. Zeno, you are forgetting everything! As behind the priest, the three well-known demons of Xenoverse are seen behind him. As suddenly, for the first time in the series, the Grand Priest would begin powering up somewhat, as a unique bright white electricity begins to surround his body. And addressing the Omni King with a more serious face, the Dai Shinken finally speaks up, saying, "My lord, it is in my honest deduction that things are getting out of hand within this battle with Son Goku. As your sworn advisor and protector, for your own good and the good of this realm, I will now end this battle once and for all. Rest assured, I will still make this entertain."
No! You will not!
But suddenly, just as the priest would begin getting prepared, he instantly would be cut off by none other than Zeno. His back turned as he emotionlessly slowly turns his eyes to the priest and continues, This is my show. This is what I want. And if I can't have any fun, then no one will. You know what that means, right, Dai? You remember the 6 other universes. But why? And on hearing this, the priest would instantly become more submissive, quietening down his tone as he would begin questioning, "My lord, please, can you not see what this Saiyan is doing? What this demon is doing? Lord Zeno, every single one of those hundreds of time portals he just opened so easily has had its flow of time completely changed. Those distortions can break the balance between realms, stretch the time patrol too thin, and it could even result in him coming back. The return of Luce. Stop! But once more, he would instantly be interrupted. But this time by a starkly more angered Omni King, who with a strangely much older look on his face would say, "I told you, Dai, not to ever mention that name again. Not to mention the name of that brother of yours. You will stay and do nothing. This is my fun, and my fun is all that matters." And with a big sigh, the Daishinkan would then concede, immediately powering down as he lets out, Yes, my lord. Of course. I will remain as you wish." Before internally, he would just look down solemnly and whisper, "Z, this is all up to you now, it seems. Just end this now." And as the priest would say this under his breath, back on the battlefield, we would return to the one-winged Z, who stands tall but silent, not uttering a word as he assesses the horrific and stacked against him situation laying before him. Before with a swift slam, Z would slap his palm onto his fist, retaking a stance he used to transform earlier, but this time no aura is released. This ends here! Shockingly finally revealing instead 4 clones of his own self, then appearing right beside him, surrounding him on all 4 corners as the army of true demon Vegitos just watch on. This should be all that I need. At least, I would hope. Zeno, please be entertained enough by this. As all 5 Zs would then stand together, furiously targeted at the army of demon Saiyans ahead of them. As a giggling legion of Ultra Vegitos would just stare back, all smirking and full of battle lust, as the Vegito in front would say, "Alright, as fun as this get-together is, I need to get back to my timeline to finish things off on my end. Come on, let's do this already!" As quickly, jumping the gun surprisingly, even before the Vegitos, Z and his 4 clones would instantly jump into the air with unfathomable speed, even taking the multiple god killers all by surprise. Ready? As the first Z would make their first move, quickly slamming a foot straight into the gut of a god killer for devastating effect. While the second would reciprocate, slamming another god killer away with ease. And another would land a forearm directly onto the nose of another Vegito. All 3 showing their complete dominance over the god killer. Pathetic! And just like that, the beatdown would continue all over, as the real Vegito from the current timeline would just stand there watching from a distance, as Z and his 4 copies would completely decimate every single Vegito as if they were just children. What the? Leaving the original god killer to now reel in disbelief. His eyes burst open wide as he yells, "How is this happening? Are those clones of the god just as strong as the original too? No, don't tell me. Even when his power is split up by 5,
He was still just this far ahead of me! Damn it!
And triggered, but unable to accept reality, the God Killer would then grit his teeth and say,
Whatever, this means nothing! There's plenty more here, and you can't defeat them all, God! I don't care who you are! Go, my fellow God Killers! Destroy this slave like the weakling he is! First one to take him down gets to absorb 10% of his energy!
As quickly, with a deluded wide smile, Vegito would point his finger toward the 5 Z's, like a commanding officer ordering his drones ahead. And in a combined effort, as if completely obeying the original Vegito, or perhaps just enthralled with their own Saiyan love for battle, all the remaining hundreds of Vegitos would then fly in all at once, eager to try their hand at the divine gods. Surprising Z as he begins to realize just how tragic the situation really is, with demonic God Killers approaching him from practically any and every angle, as they yell out,
What's wrong, God? Having trouble knowing where to look? Don't worry, we'll have you looking into the light soon enough!
But in response, Z would keep his cards close to his chest, keeping his hand outstretched, ready to battle, but also thinking, as expected, there are many more of these abominations left. But at their current level of strength, me and my 4 clones should be able to do this. At least, there's no way Lord Zeno could not be enjoying this. And just like that, the battle would continue, with all 4 clones of the guards with their hands full, each battling and beating multiple Ultra Vegitos all at the same time. A battle that almost seems endless, yet Z's faces would remain emotionless, indicating practically no tiring on his side at all.
Keep still, you damn slave!
And as one Z would struggle, fighting against 2 Vegitos, another would swipe his arm, instantly creating a shockwave that would blow back multiple God Killers. This is taking far too long. But as this goes on, in the middle, the original Z, complete with his white wing, would instead begin powering up a concentrated ball of divine energy. Its light shining brighter and brighter with a high-pitched tone until... Heavenly Blades! As suddenly, from the center of Z's energy, explodes out a mass number of white energy blades extending for miles, slaughtering and dismembering tens of Ultra Vegitos all at the same time. What a mess. And in the aftermath, Z would no longer be surrounded by any more Ultra Vegitos. Instead, a pile of God Killer remains would be strewn all over the floor in front, with puddles of blood staining the soil. But looking down at all the damage, the Royal Guard would remain stoic in appearance, letting out, "It's pointless to even resist. As you transformed, so did I. And the gap between us has just grown even further. Killing all of these God Killers from other timelines will no doubt cause problems. But I guess some creatures are better left dead." Before then reaching down to grab the head of what appears to be a deceased head of Vegito, adding on, "I told you far too many times, God Killer. You will never be able to challenge
Lord Zeno.
But as he turns the head around of the decapitated Vegito, in typical God-killer fashion, he would still be laughing as he looks at Z with one eye open and blood leaking from his veins, goading,
Challenge for Zeno? Maybe not now, but surely I will, after I take that sweet energy of yours. You do know we're going to regenerate, don't you? And while we take our time doing that, the rest of us will be dogpiling the rest of your men behind you!
instantly leading to Z turning around and indeed confirming what the floating skull had said, as in the distance he would watch on as each of his clones would continue to struggle regardless, with even more Vegitos, some of which had already regenerated from his last attack. No! But back with the Grand Priest and Zeno, the Daishinkan would continue his alarm, as with a now sweat-drenched, distressed look, he would reflect, Z, no! What are you doing? You're wasting time. Every second this creature survives, the more damage the multiverse will receive. He must still be trying to keep Zeno happy. The fool. But that damn Vegito is right. This is a losing battle at this rate. If he does lose, that Saiyan finds a way to absorb a royal guard then. No! As suddenly, on realization of the horror that will be unleashed on the multiverse if Vegito wins, he instantly then lifts 2 fingers up from his hip. Quietly, and most importantly, hidden from Zeno. But for what reason? But back with Z, he would reach his men and regroup with the rest of his clones, all now beginning to slightly fatigue from the constant battle, as the guard would let out, there's just far too many to deal with one by one like this. This fool really opened an unbelievable amount of time portals. I cannot even keep count of how many anymore. If I don't deal with this with my full power now, this will only go on forever. It may be time to... Z! But suddenly, just as the royal guard would begin coming to a decision, a familiar voice would talk to him telepathically, at first confusing the guard before... So, it is you. Seems you found a way to sneak past the young lord. I hope you know what you're doing. Tell me, Master Dai, what do you need? And just like that, from within the consciousness of Z, the Grand Priest would begin saying to the guard in secret, Z, it's been a while since I've had to use this technique, but you are correct. I am talking to you from within Zeno's realm. I shall get to the point. You need to end this battle now. I give you full permission to use the full power of the Seraphim form. As you have probably noticed, this Vegito has become a true demon. Destroy all traces of him, and do it now. I will deal with Lord Zeno if there are any problems. Do you understand? And on hearing this, finally an uncharacteristic smirk would appear on the face of Z, as he would just respond, it's almost as if you read my mind, Master Dai. I had my hesitations, but with your support, I will end this charade once and for all. Don't blink, you know this will be quick. And instantly on saying this, Z's eyes would burst open once more. But this time, surprisingly, all 4 of his clones would then begin to vanish as a result, eventually leaving Z alone on the battlefield as he recounts. My full power has returned. This was fun while it lasted. God killer. Leaving Vegito positively bemused, as he himself would wonder,
The clones, they're gone! Does he really think he has a better chance fighting by himself? The fool. I was hoping he'd stretch himself over a few more clones. Then, just maybe, our powers would match.
Before quickly, the rogue guard would then jump into the sky and away from the hordes of Ultra Vegito. And as he reaches far into the sky, looking down at the still giggling and cackling crowd, he would make a final comment.
This is probably one of the worst demon outbreaks in the history of the mortal realm. Even worse than what Lucifer unleashed. But unfortunately for you, he will be oh so infinitely easier to deal with. Vegito.
Before suddenly then closing his eyes in a fashion we have come to expect from the guard until...
Seraphim final form! Akobel and Castiel reunite!
As suddenly from his other shoulder, yet another wing would sprout now, giving Z a true angel set of wings, as white lightning, similar to what was seen on the priest, then begins to spontaneously appear all around. But crucially, even once transformed, when we look closer at Z's eyes, they would be closed once more.
Watch closely, Die. Here is proof I have mastered your teaching.
As unbelievably, the left eye of Z would then undergo a change, forming a strange symbol within, while turning a glowing turquoise blue to match Vegito's purple.
You're kidding me! He transformed again!
Instantly putting the God Killer back into a state of shell shock as deja vu to the last jump in power from Z then strikes Vegito all at once, as with his eyes and mouth open ajar, he would add,
No! It's the same as before! His energy! I can sense it! It's shooting through the roof! Why isn't it stopping? All of you! Go for him at once!
Immediately then pointing his finger back at Z in the air with an angered scream, not wanting the guard to grow any stronger or indeed undergo any more of a change. Yet again, like a band of brothers in support, the army of God Killers would rush in quickly and at full speed and intent towards the high in the sky dual-winged Z. Though the guard, noticing this, would make no change in movement.
Change your appearance as much as you want, clown! 5 of you couldn't handle our numbers, and that definitely won't change when you're back down to 1!
As another would smirk.
It's true! You've made this far too easy for us! What a lucky guy the Vegito from this realm is! You truly don't have a chance in hell of getting rid of all of us!
But as the overwhelming number of Vegitos rush in at Z, we would find him finally making a move, but a simple one, as he raises his hand into the air as if about to catch something, before saying with a cold-looking look down at his attackers, "Maybe not in hell, yes, but most definitely in heaven." As suddenly a bright white light would begin forming directly in the space above the royal guard's palm, getting brighter and brighter, more concentrated by the millisecond before...
Holy smite!
Z would yell at the top of his voice with more conviction and emotion than ever before, as the divine light would suddenly then encompass all in its vicinity, with Z himself now lost within it, and only his left eye peering sharply through, momentarily shocking all of the Vegito copies in its luster.
What is this?
Leaving them all confused, as they now cannot see anything but light, but no stinging sensation that would be typical of a solar flare-like technique. Something about this light would not be normal. Something about it would be from up above.
What?
And soon, one would begin to realize, despite the blinding white light, his own body would now be disappearing away, turning to particles of dust as if being erased by a Hakai.
No!
And soon the true power of the holy smite of Z would be seen properly, as every single one of the hundreds, if not thousands of Vegitos in the air would then all begin to erase completely, their demonic flesh unable to even exist in the light of this heavenly technique. And in the aftermath, as the light dissipates away, Z would remain with both wings flexed, covered in aura, but not a trace more of any of the Vegito copies from different timelines that would be around him anymore.
What just happened?
Leaving Vegito, the one from our timeline, near petrified as he can barely get out his words after observing the impossible. Looking up above still, wide-eyed, trembling and stuttering, the God Killer would continue.
How did he do that? Where are they all?
As Z would just look down divinely with an emotionless face, only to respond, "There is only one place left for those that are smited by gods, and you will be next to join them, Vegito."
Shut up!
But the fear and scared energy would suddenly flip to an intense anger, as Vegeta would then scream with black lightning roaring all over.
Do whatever magic trick you like, slave! As long as infinite timelines exist, with the time rings, I will just create infinite Vegitos!
As he then suddenly lifts his right arm up along with his time rings before yelling out,
I think this time, just to be safe, we'll go for 1 million portals opened at the same time!
But suddenly, just as Vegito would begin to attempt to use his time rings, instantly with speed that cannot even be described, full Seraphim form Z would appear directly in front of Vegito, grabbing his arm tightly, looking down menacingly, as Vegito would just mutter out,
Wait, what are you?
Before with the coldest of tones, Z would just say, "But before I take care of the last demon of this realm, I will make sure these abominable devices on your hand will no longer exist. No being, Bar Chronoa, should have any need for tampering with time, Supreme Kai or not." Before with a flash of light emanating from his right turquoise eye, all 4 remaining time rings would begin erasing to nothing, right before the eyes of Vegito.
What? Stop this!
And the Godkiller, watching on, would be forced to watch as the dust would move past his face and pitter-patter all over him. A rush of disbelief would then come all over his body, as he would mutter,
My time rings! No! This cannot be!
But while Vegito reacts, Z would begin making his final move, raising his arm yet again for what will presumably be his final holy smite. And looking down, knowing the Ultra Vegito story has finally come to an end, Z would say, "And now, it is time to finally send you down to where you belong." Leaving Vegito in his last moments to just think,
Send me to where I belong?
but Z, with his turquoise eye glowing just like before, would then yell, "Holy smite! Stop!" But this time, it's not Vegito who gets interrupted mid-movement, and instead, a voice that sends shivers down the spine of Z is heard commanding him. Could it be the Grand Priest yet again? No, it would instead be shockingly revealed to be none other than Lord Zeno himself, with the Omni King outstretching his hand in a stop sign as he just whispers coldly, "This battle is over. You two have bored me now, and I want to do something else. I'm hungry actually. Come back now, Z."
Now.
Zeno! Huh? My lord!
And instantly, with this sudden command at the worst of moments, both the Grand Priest and Z would be left in utter shell shock, unable to even believe the words that just came out of their own Omni King. And for the first time, there would be a hint of defiance and hesitation in the guard as he looks to the skies and asks, "Lord Zeno, but why? Allow me to just finish this demon off here and now. One more second is all I need."
No!
But with an angered scowl, with even a vein appearing on his deformed head, Zeno would scold, "Come here now." Make me say that again, and I will erase another 6 universes along with you. Do not tempt me. Immediately sinking the guard's head in fear with just those words alone, forcing him to quickly reply in submission, "As you wish, my lord. I apologize profusely for my outburst." Before instantly, the body of Z would then begin to vanish from the sight of the confused Vegito, who cannot hear anything that Zeno had said.
What the?
Leaving Vegito to now still look at his still intact hand no longer being grabbed by Z, still shocked that his time rings are gone. Z, meanwhile, would reappear next to where he threw his royal clothing earlier, begrudgingly bending down to then grab it, but then, with one final cold stare at Vegito, would let out, You got lucky today," before then vanishing off the face of the realm, never to be seen again. As Vegito would just be left alone without a clue of what had just happened in the space of just minutes, as he could only just whimper,
What? What the hell just happened? Why am I still alive?
But soon, the scene would shift to a strange new planet away from Vegito. And once zoomed in, a mysterious but recognizable bold figure would be seen in the distance, meditating. And of course, it would be Jiren, now without his horn and in a far calmer state to when we last saw him, not uttering a word before, in front, a pair of unknown feet then land, with the figure wondering, so, this is the second God Killer. Interesting. And soon revealed would be an all-new character. One not ever before seen in the Dragon Ball story, but somehow bearing a striking resemblance in features to one we do know. As the stranger would then finally say, "Welcome to your final moments, Jiren the Grey. I have learned much about you. It is a shame you ended up committing a cardinal sin. Your executioner on this fine evening will be myself. My name is Makoto, fourth of the 5 strongest." So our story continues with a view of Vegito in his true demon form, but with a far more forlorn look than usual, having not only just lost his time rings, but also suddenly defeated by the god of Zeno, and in the same vein, then mysteriously left alive. And as we zoom in on his palpably confused and lost presence, he would begin muttering out,
It happened again. I was defeated easily. And now, even my trump card, my one way to maybe have beaten Zeno, the time rings, are all gone. I will never be able to bring them back.
As behind the saddened god killer, visions of his deceased and erased family would appear to haunt him. But suddenly, like a ticking time bomb, Vegito would then explode rapidly in rage, turning his negative emotion into power as he lets everything out. And as we look as viewers from a distance, the end result is a humongous explosion of power, creating a sphere of red energy with black lightning tumbling all over. While meanwhile in the distance, feeling and seeing the sudden planet-shaking quake and charge of insane energy, the 3 forgotten deities left behind by Z would all stand in panic, stepping back in fear, with Mule whispering,
Wait a second! Z! I don't sense him anymore! Is he coming back? At the very least, his energy barrier is still here to protect us, right?
But Vegito, once his unleashing of rage is complete, even from that distance, would hear their whimpers and reply,
If you fools really think that little glass house you're in is going to protect you, then you have another thing coming. I'm mad right now, and I could use something to take it all out on. Who's first? Any takers?
"No!" And in response to this sudden threat, the 3 gods would once more cower in fear and terror, knowing they are only inches away from death if Vegito's threat was true. But at least Z's energy was still holding strong. But with a pessimistic view, Mule, despite this, would worry,
That damn god! I don't know what he's up to, but that freak over there tried breaking this already. If it's still up, then it means Z will be back. Maybe this is just part of his plan. Maybe this is...
But suddenly, as Mule would begin making up various theories and explanations to where the royal guard was, Unexpectedly, the energy barrier would then begin dissipating right before his eyes.
What? Huh? No! How?
Leaving all three to now be left panic-stricken and more vulnerable than ever, with the God Killer just looking back, noticing and saying,
Well, looks like now I don't even need to worry about that silly dome after all. Guess you three don't exactly have God's favor.
But with no options left and nowhere to run, the brave angels and born defenders of the destroyers, Campari and Owamo, would quickly get into fighting stance, sweat dripping from their brow as Campari would say, "No, I refuse to believe Lord Z would abandon us without good reason. Father would not allow this. Think about it, Owamo. The God Killer was on the verge of losing. His power must have deteriorated now to the level that we can defeat him. That must be the reason." To which Owamo would agree, Yes, brother, that has to be it." While the concerningly unconvinced Mule just remains silent in the background. And with their conviction set in their faith in Z, the two naive angels would rush in at the God Killer, staffs in hand, and perhaps straight to their untimely deaths. But as they approach, the once moody Vegito would then crack a smirk as he would let out,
After all that just happened to me, I didn't know how long it would take me to regain my resolve. But gods like you just remind me how pointless your existences truly are!
and instantly, with extreme speed that leaves even the angels looking back in confusion, Vegito would suddenly move forward and appear straight behind the two perplexed children of Dawn. Before turning around with his signature chuckle and saying,
You two have more than outstayed your welcome. Good night, my sweet angel.
And with that ominous line said, only a nanosecond later, both angels would experience a hard and sharp knock to the back of each's neck, almost at exactly the same time. And instantly, like putting down two tired children, both Campari and Owamo are instantly knocked out unconscious, slamming down onto their faces, their eyes already closed and lifeless, as Vegito just stands behind, almost as if he had not moved an inch, his arms and hands just simply raised.
And now, your energy is mine!
As quickly, for the first time in a long time, Vegito would unleash his cell tail, given to him by Jiren, with a splash of green goo. Instantly stabbing it into the silent body of Owamo first.
Huh? What is that?
Shocking the last remaining destroyer as his final defenders now begin to get slaughtered before his eyes with complete ease. Vegito, slyly looking down at his meal, would begin to reply though.
Watch closely, and you'll know exactly what this is.
And moments later, the horrific sight of the once plump Owamo turning into a pile of creased skin flaps would then be seen. And next, Campari would then be injected too. And he too within seconds would be completely robbed of his energy and life force also. And of the two angels now added to the God Killer's kill list, Vegito would snap back his cell tail, looking hardly impressed. As he then looks to Mule finally and says,
Well, that was underwhelming as usual. Is there even any real point in harvesting your energy now, Mule? How about you save us all some time and off yourself for my amusement? No!
and with ultimate fear and vulnerability in his heart, with a blue hue over his face, the final destroyer would just scream out before,
Get away from me!
in a final ditch effort, the short god, who is more used to being in machines than on foot, would attempt to run away, hoping Vegito would have mercy on him. Looking back, Mule in a panicked state is barely able to see anything, as sweat drips into his eyes, but he would think,
I have to survive! I can't die like this! This can't be happening! Zeno! Grand Priest! Please help me!
But as Vegito stares back coldly, the mention of those two only serves to anger him, as he mutters back,
Zeno! Just what game are you playing with me?
But Mule, not looking where he is going, would eventually then bump his head onto a hard, unmoving surface.
Damn it!
Falling back swiftly onto his backside. Before with a groan, looking down, he would say,
I need to keep going!
and he would slowly then raise his head to see what he had even collided with.
What?
And standing there like a cinder block, it is revealed to be Vegito himself. Ready for his final kill of the day, with his arms folded, he would simply let out,
And where do you think you're going, Destroyer? I may have let that cowardly god escape, but you'd be a fool to think I'd allow you to do the same. Now hurry up and become one with me. No! One with you? Please, spare me!
leading to the now on the verge of tears god to plead for his life pathetically, looking up at the mortal he once disregarded. But Vegito would only find amusement from the destroyer's begging, changing his mood from his earlier embarrassment at the hands of Z before he would humor Mule.
Spare you, Mule? Tell me, exactly why would I do that to the final god of destruction on my list after coming this far? Why you? Do you think my rage has subsided by now? Because I can assure you, it's only just begun! Wait! Well, first of all, what if I told you I'm not even the last remaining destroyer?
And in his last moments, Mule would reveal something strange. Immediately stopping Vegito from moving any further, as he, in a dubious tone, would inquire,
Another destroyer? Stop with the lies! What on earth are you talking about? What on earth? How ironic.
as Mule, now smiling awkwardly, realizing his apparent chance to bargain, would then respond,
There is indeed a final destroyer out there, and I will bet my life on it. There is one you have missed out on. I assumed you knew this, but if you did not, I can help you. I can bring you to him. All you need to do is...
but before any more of a word can be said, in brutal fashion, like kicking a football in rage, Vegito would slam his foot straight into the face of the child-sized god. so hard and with such a lack of remorse, the entire face of Mule would concave inwards, breaking the very bones of his skull as blood is forced to squirt out. Sending the near-dead body of Mule shooting into the sky at speeds he's never even experienced before. His eyes closed and teeth all busted up as he soars with blood shooting out, only finally muttering, "You damn demon!" As from the ground, the God Killer would just lift his palm out to the now small dot in the sky that is Mule before.
Final destroyer or not, these will be your final moments! Hakai!
Before screaming out the words of the final finisher move of Vegito the God Killer. Instantly erasing the screaming Mule to absolute nothingness. But with so much force, the once whole planet they were on, when seen from space, would then suddenly have a third of its surface erased along with the god too. And in the aftermath, Vegeta would just then remain, standing at the edge of the planet's amputated surface in silence, looking over to the endless expanse of space. Eventually, then looking to the sky, still partially affected by the events of his battle with Z, and would think,
Everything seems to be never ending. Zeno won't even allow my death. And at the same time, now there's another destroyer? Who? Where? I guess there's only one way for me to find out.
Immediately then following this up by summoning his angel staff, the one given to him by Whis, before pulling it close to his face and in classic style yelling,
Staff! Take me to this so-called final god of destruction!
And just like that, seemingly confirming the existence of one more destroyer. After all, Vegito would then shoot off in a beam of light to his next destination. Meanwhile though, the scene would not stay with Vegito, and soon we would be greeted with Jiren's calm face, his eyes still closed and in total silence. And as we zoom out, he would continue to be surrounded in energy as he continues to meditate despite the figure who had just arrived on the scene. And of course, watching on from the distance with his arms folded would be Makoto, smirking at Jiren's audacity as he would comment, "What an interesting fellow. Standing before him is his death sentence, and he still dares carry on without as much as giving me a gaze. He's either extremely overconfident or extremely stupid." But suddenly, looking from a distance, the aura around Jiren would then instantly disappear before... Out of nowhere, Jiren would burst open his eyes finally, now awake as he looks stoically and lets out, "So, just as Son Goku had said, a member of the 5 strongest has finally come for me. And for what? Because I killed Belmod, I presume?" To which Makoto, smiling back, would just reply, "Ha! So you do know why I'm here. Most of my victims often feign innocence. It's good to see you have accepted your fate, young pride trooper." Jiren, now getting up with his eyes closed once more and relaxed, would sigh and say back, I know not the fate you have in mind for me, but yes, I have accepted the fate that I know. Though, tell me before we begin, you referred to me as the second God Killer. Should you not be chasing after the first God Killer before me? I can't help but think he would have a far longer list of cardinal sins than I. And almost pleased to say his next line, with a smirk, Makoto would then reveal, that would be correct. No doubt the famed Vegito of Universe 7 has laid waste to far more gods and angels than you ever did. And in truth, I would far rather be assigned to eliminate him than you. But unfortunately, it seems our friend is already dead. Instantly making the former destroyer lose his cool, as his face goes into shock and he whispers, "Son, Goku is dead? No!" And giggling as if familiar with the relationship between Jiren and Vegito, Makoto would then go on to explain with a smile, "Yes, Jiren, you are the only God Killer left now. Not too long ago, for reasons that even I have no clue about, Lord Zeno decided to send down one of his royal guards to finish Vegito off. True overkill in my opinion, but that is the reason I could not do the job. Safe to say, there would only be one survivor in that battle. The power of those guards is something I know all too well." And slowly, as Jiren would hear this, almost instinctively, without control over himself, his body would begin tensing as a flush of emotion comes over him. And with rubble rising as his body becomes covered in black lightning, he would then grumble, "Son, Goku, you fool! I told you to get out while you could!" But almost on the instant that this change begins to happen, Makoto would quickly grab onto the handle of his sword, as if on an instinct of his own. And once revealed to be completely in sword stance, ready to unsheathe, the fourth of the five strongest would let out, "I'm going to assume this rise in energy is your way of starting our battle, young one. But if you think a samurai waits for his opponent to reach his full strength, then you are sadly mistaken. Let's just hope you finish your transformation fast enough to keep up with my katana. I will not wait around." And ominously, as we zoom in on one side of the fourth's face, he would ask finally, "Ready, God Killer?" To which Jiren would only mutter, "Son, Goku!" And immediately with intense speed and perfect technique, Makoto would launch out and swipe his katana at full speed directly towards Jiren, who would still remain at a distance. But even so, just the swipe itself would create a scythe-like expanse of white energy that would shoot off with unspeakable speed straight towards the God Killer, cutting through anything in its way. And as it would approach, Jiren would remain still and not saying a word. Like a statue, the energy slice would reach closer and closer, reaching his actual face for the kill until... instantly, the energy blade would make direct contact with Jiren's skull. And surprisingly, the former Pride Trooper himself would make absolutely no attempt to vanish or dodge in any way. Luckily though, as the smoke from the blast begins to bellow to his right side, at the very least, nearly no damage has been caused. as Jiren's emotionless face just continues to stare forward until...
Looks like I was fast enough after all.
As shockingly, Jiren would then reveal himself to have finally activated his demonic powers, with a horn having already shot forth and now under his control finally, as with his now Ultra Instinct-esque eyes targeted on Makoto, he would say,
"Once I'm done defeating you, you will bring me to Son Goku's killer."
Huh? But this horn and lack of damage caused by the fourth's blade would only serve to surprise Makoto, as with a stunned look as he stares at the sudden black demonic protrusion out of Jiren's skull, he would comment,
Horn. A demon's horn. I heard the God Killer from Universe 7 had two, but now you have one as well. Unbelievable.
but now with a more serious face, as if understanding only now the force he is dealing with, Makoto would place his sword on his shoulder and think internally,
"So, it is as Yamoshi told me. These horns are the first signs of a mortal's change to a demon. A confirmation of the cardinal sin you have committed."
Before an interesting move, Makoto would then sheath back his sword, saying,
"Though, a demon such as yourself is hardly worthy of dulling my blade."
With a stern look then adding, "It has been a while since I had faced a demon. I suppose you won't be quite on the level of the emperors I have faced, but I hope you shall suffice for a warm-up." While an unbothered Jiren would reply,
"Just be sure you know where to find those that defeated Son Goku."
And instantly, with this said, Makoto would then rush straight forward towards Jiren, while yet again, just like against the katana, he would remain ominously still. And as Makoto would throw both of his fists at the same time in an unorthodox move, Jiren would completely catch both and not move an inch backwards. Leaving the fourth slightly bewildered at why the warrior would hold on so tightly still, as he would say, "Fast reactions. But what do you intend to do if your arms are restrained too like this?"
This!
As suddenly in a familiar move to what Jiren did to Hit back in the Tournament of Power, the God Killer would begin spinning around both of Makoto's arms at once.
What are you?
Confusing the fourth to no end with the unique maneuver as he tries his best to fight back against the overpowering strength of the muscle-clad Jiren. Struggling and struggling as Jiren's face remains completely cool, only saying,
"If this is the power of the five strongest, then perhaps I truly will be able to bring the gods in line through my own methods."
What? Eventually then instantly launching the fourth into a full-on speedy spin, with just his technique and strength alone, as the fourth just stares back in complete disbelief at how easily he has been manhandled. But while still in the air and looking like a mini tornado, Jiren would cock back his oversized arm and fist to land a devastating blow. But unfortunately, just as he extends the punch out fully, Makoto would vanish at the very last second, being nowhere to be seen. Instantly now reappearing behind Jiren, whispering, Nice move, but you cannot harm what you are too slow to hit. Knocking back his own fist before... Jiren this time, with his Ultra Instinct inbuilt, would dodge himself. Before utterly shattering the words of the fourth that he had just said, slamming a fist directly into the legendary god's face. But as the wounded both physically and in ego fourth would look back angrily, he would grumble, "Lucky shot, demon!" Though undeterred, Jiren himself would lock and load both of his arms back, ready to unleash a barrage of fists. And instantly, Makoto would then find himself forced to bring back both of his arms to defend himself as Jiren's fists rained down non-stop and with increasing strength and speed. All the while, Makoto would think, "This Jiren, he fights well. Far better than I had expected." Immediately then vanishing once more to get out of harm's way. Returning once more from behind with his arm ready to chop through Jiren like he tried with his own katana. But the second god killer would already be all too aware, looking out the side of his eye. What? Again? But Jiren this time would vanish, just as the fourth had done before. But unlike Makoto, when he reappears, his attack from behind would land instantly, and for devastating impact, as Jiren's hardened elbow would smack onto the soft back of the fourth's skull. And as Makoto would begin stumbling forward in pain, Jiren would raise his arms again, ready to deal another blow. But it would seem the fourth would not be as damaged as he let on, as quickly his body would become an after-image. What? Shockingly then reappearing to make contact, but in a very different way to what was attempted earlier, as Makoto would appear wrapped around the back of Jiren, with his arms firmly planted around the neck of the god killer, ready to choke him out. And the legendary god, looking down, pleased at himself, would then say, "You may be big and strong, demon, but you're far too stiff. Can you even reach behind to touch me with all those muscles in the way? Enjoy the view, as these will be your last moments breathing." But as Makoto grips for his life, Jiren would answer his chokehold by simply powering up in rage, red fiery aura shooting out, burning all in its path. Which eventually would send Makoto flying off into the distance from the sheer blowback of just Jiren's power, while Jiren himself would instantly then turn around and begin rushing straight forward for the fourth head-on. Switching quickly from a run to now flying ahead as if about to penetrate the fourth with his singular horn. But in reality, as Jiren reaches Makoto in the blink of an eye, he would then win the fourth with his shoulder alone, barging into him at full speed. As the completely taken by surprise Makoto, wide-eyed, would let out, "This strength, how could this even exist down here?" And with the attack finished, Jiren would land gracefully in the distance, as Makoto's damaged body would land behind. And as we look on at his motionless body on the ground, not a word would be said, as if Jiren had actually finally incapacitated the fourth. But an unimpressed Jiren, looking back, would then let out, "Stand down, warrior. This battle is over. I will spare your life if you can tell me where Son Goku's killers are. I will go there myself." But suddenly, as Jiren would make this request, Makoto, as if coming back from the dead, begins raising his body slowly. Before soon enough, he would be up and with a cunning grin on his face, complete with a line of blood running down from his lip as he would reply, "Impressive. Impressive indeed. I truly did not expect the killer of a lowly destroyer like Belmod to have anything close to the strength you possess. In my eyes, you're even stronger than what I anticipated for Vegito." What a fun turn of events. As Makoto, mid-sentence, would slowly then grab onto the handle of his sword once again, as he would look on at Jiren, now a sense of confidence and security, and continue, "Well, I did say earlier a demon of your level was not even worth dulling my blade. But for that, I must apologize, as it seems you will be worth far more, Jiren the Grey." As Makoto would then unsheath his katana, but interestingly, would begin pointing it towards himself, rather than outwards, as he would laugh. "I truly hope you had not convinced yourself that this is the limit of what the legendary fourth could do. For your sake at least." But Jiren, looking on, would sport a confused face, only wondering as to why the fourth would hold the blade in such a strange fashion until... As suddenly, without a lick of hesitation, the fourth of the five strongest would suddenly stab his blade straight through his own body, all the way through, right up until the handle. In obvious pain, as blood begins to seep and his body trembles, but with a crazed smile, the fourth would mutter, "Consider this an honor, for this is an ultimate power no demon before has ever seen. The ultimate power of an angel. The power of an angel that turns his back on God." As not done with the gruesome scene, Makoto would then suddenly slash out his blade from his open wound, causing a waterfall of crimson red blood to burst out. All the while, his huge grin would remain tight on his face, laughing maniacally. "Welcome to the end of your life!" But just the sight itself of his foe seemingly slaughtering his own self would be enough to send Jiren to a frenzy of confusion, as he would question, What are you doing?" To which Makoto, seemingly more damaged than ever, with his blood loss causing him to just reply weakly, "I'm honoring you, Jiren, former god of destruction of Universe 11, former mortal. What I'm showing you is a forbidden power that lost me my seat at the side of Zeno, a power I adapted from the teachings of the Grand Priest, and a power one day I will use to finally beat those damn gods myself. So, I'm sorry, you will not be the one to avenge Vegito, as I have a score to settle with his killers first." And immediately, on the finishing of that last weakened word, Makoto would begin roaring to the heavens, his screaming becoming darker in nature as red lightning begins to shoot forth from all directions of his body until... in a shocking sight, one wing would burst forth from the right side of Makoto, just as it did with Z. White in color again, but this time completely stained and dripping in blood, as the white features will slowly but surely darken in color over time. And even with the wing launched out, Makoto's power would not cease to flux out, creating a wind so great, even Jiren, who would not flinch for a literal katana blade to the face, would begin covering himself. It feels so good to be back in this form. My own version of a Seraphim! As Makoto would then stand up finally, with his sword finally now faced away from himself, and though still leaking with blood, he would appear more energized than ever, before yelling out with a scream, "Now, Jiren the God Killer, live up to your name and show me why you are worthy of dying to the first and only Blood Angel!" With his sword now in tow for the first time, Makoto in his Seraphim form, complete with a glowing red eye, would launch himself with instantaneous speed to Jiren. What? But it would seem not by choice, but rather his own body and mind just were not able to react in time. As Makoto would land on the other side of the God Killer, his sword extended as if he had just moved through Jiren like a ghost. And soon, the after effects of the fourth's movement are seen, as in a delayed response to his speed, Jiren's right arm would explode in blood, as a sudden slice would appear, completely unexpected and undetected by the former Pride Trooper. All the while, Makoto would look back giggling, looking out of his red Seraphim eye, and commenting, "Jiren the Grey, huh? What a boring color. Let me help you and add some flair." And just like that, once more the fourth would immediately move past and through Jiren once again, sword in hand, at this moment almost appearing more like instant transmission than just speed, as Makoto would ominously finally say, "I say, it's time to kick this up a notch." As suddenly, from out of nowhere, not just one more, but multiple slices and cuts would appear all over Jiren's body, each one sadistically done to maim the God Killer rather than actually kill him. Every cut done so fast and so consecutively, Jiren would have barely any time to even react in pain. That is until moments later, when the true level of just how many slices Jiren had undergone finally hits him, as blood begins to burst out of every slice like mini volcanoes, as Makoto, with his back turned, would just smirk and let out, "Sorry, warrior, but nobody who feels the blade of the Blood Angel ever lives to tell the tale. Bloody Slash's technique times 1,000. And as Jiren is left alone in the distance, just succumbing slowly to his wounds, his body would begin to tumble and lose balance, blood falling and creating puddles on the floor as he struggles to even talk before... "Son Goku." In his final words, he would call out to his once friend, his eyes now clearly lifeless. As then, he would finally then fall to his death, unable to take any more of the complete rush of pain and agony dished out by Makoto. Now flat on his face, as an ungodly amount of blood begins to seep out from all of his open wounds. And with the battle over, Makoto would then just sheath back his sword. His eyes closed as he offers a final word of respect, noting, "It is done. You fought well, however, and I shall remember your name for the rest of my days. I leave your body now for the Grand Priest to do as he wishes, but I hope one day we can meet again in the Demon Realm." Before opening his eyes and saying a final "Goodbye, Jiren." And then flying off into the sky with his lone wing in tow, as Jiren would remain deceased on the ground below. But as time passes and we see Jiren's body unmoving on the battlefield from a distance, as we zoom closer in, something unusual begins to happen. His hand remaining cold like stone until black lightning from nowhere begins to cover the great hero of Universe 11 once more. It seems the battle between the fourth of the five strongest and the second God Killer has only just begun. So our story continues with a shooting beam of energy entering and then stopping in the middle of space in an unknown area. The energy seems familiarly angelic, however. But soon it is of course revealed to be Vegito, now back in base, having just travelled to the unknown universe of the so-called Final Destroyer, revealed by Mule, as Vegito would look around and wonder,
Well, it looks like that little rat Mule wasn't lying at least. Whis' staff took me somewhere, but surely I've been to every universe already. I can't figure out where I am from the emptiness of space, that's for sure.
And so in an effort to try and figure out exactly where the staff had even taken him, in the end, Vegito would then begin closing his eyes, humming lightly as he begins to concentrate, thinking,
Now, what's around here? Any forms of life? Are those yard rats?
But it's not long before an extremely familiar source of energy is found, one which was first detected all the way back during the Frieza saga. As Vegito would quickly then begin turning around and yelling,
You've got to be kidding me! What is this? Universe 2 or could it be Universe 7? Ow! Wait!
But mid-movement, as he turns, he would suddenly stop and have a realization. And deep in thought, with his eyes wide open, he would think,
Hold on a second. I remember now! Back when those 11 gods captured me! Back when I was in chains! When Whis finally freed me! What did he say to me? He told me he appointed a new god of destruction, didn't he? His powers were back, so it has to be true! But who?
It was I, Vegito. He chose me. As suddenly from behind Vegito, a mysterious new voice, never before heard in the Ultra Vegito series, would then be heard. As Vegito would then calmly, and without fear of any god of destruction, would just turn his head slowly to see...
What? You? No! It can't be! Broly!
As standing there, youthful as ever, Broly would then be revealed, draped in his own God of Destruction uniform, as with a slight smile, as the new destroyer of Universe 7. looking on at Vegito with a warm expression and simply letting out, "Hello, old friend. It's been a long time." To which Vegito, of course bemused, almost as if not even believing who stands before him, would only mutter,
Broly, you're alive! You survived!
"Of course I survived," leaving Broly to chuckle and respond, "Why wouldn't I still be alive? I know it's been a long time. But you remember that I lived on Vampa, didn't you? I know what happened to Earth. But Chilai, Limo and I are all okay." But still in his surprised state, still more shocked that Broly's face is even before him, he would question,
You know about what happened to Earth? From Vampa? How?
But suddenly everything begins to come clear, as the Godkiller's gaze begins to notice what Broly is even wearing, looking him up and down while saying,
Wait a minute, Broly! What is that? What are you wearing, Broly? What are you wearing? Don't tell me!
"Yes, it is true, Vegito."
Huh?
But as Vegito questions, it would not be Broly who would answer him, as a soft and familiar blue hand would then tap on his shoulder from behind.
What? Who the?
But as Vegito would turn his head around calmly, all would finally be revealed.
Oh! Mirus!
As unbelievably, like a fever dream, the successor of Whis is finally shown to be none other than Mirus, now in his full angel attire, standing with his arms behind his back and smirking at his former student, continuing, "Broly-san over there is indeed the new god of destruction of Universe 7, my student, as the new angel of this universe also." But cutting that reunion short, finally understanding he was now amongst gods, the same ones that he swore to kill, he would turn back to Broly and ask cautiously,
Broly, I'm trying to be calm here, but I need to know. How do you know about what happened to Earth? I need to know. Were you there?
But in response, Broly would just remain deathly silent, staring at Vegito in the eyes, but not uttering a word in response, almost as if fearful of making a sound.
Tell me, you coward!
But breaking the silence, Vegito enraged would begin screaming out with fury, and veins popping out of his head at Broly, continuing,
I'm telling you now, you talk, or I will beat it out of you!
But this sudden rage would bring a streak of shock down the spine of Mirus, as just the pressure alone of Vegeta's rage would begin blowing the angel's hair back, as Mirus would wonder internally, "Vegito, that energy I just felt, what have you become?" But finally replying, sensing the change in Vegito's mannerisms, Broly would then let out, "You have Whis' staff, don't you? He told me before he finally left what he intended to do. I know that was his parting gift, so look into it yourself and find the answer you're seeking."
Fine!
And with that said, Vegito with a disgruntled smirk would quickly swipe his arm up and summon his angel staff, as he would continue under his breath,
But I better like what I see, Broly!
As soon the Godkiller would hold the crystal ball end towards his face and peer with extreme concentration. Deeper and deeper until a faint image once again begins to appear within the reflective sphere. And once in, a view of the past is definitely seen, as what at first appears as 11 gods of destructions, all holding balls of destruction in the air, are seen, ready of course to annihilate planet Earth and all its inhabitants. With the late Chumper seen again shouting, "My fellow destroyers, we shall do this for Mirus!" But as Vegito would begin scanning the area in real time, as if in a lucid dream, he would begin looking past the arm of Mule in his giant robot, as beside him, what appears to be another hidden silhouette is seen. Who the hell? And as Vegito would begin to realize this, he would eagerly begin moving closer and closer to the silhouette, eventually seeing indeed what appears to be a dark figure in destroyer clothing until... Broly! We finally then see the existence of God of Destruction Broly along with the other 11 guilty destroyers of Earth. It seems all along, Broly too was a part of the horrific incident that robbed the God Killer of everything, remaining silent as ever, with just his eyes closed, not interfering at all. I knew it! That's you! You were there, weren't you? To which Broly, now in real life, would close his eyes once again, but this time in apparent shame or guilt, as he just whispers finally, "Yes, I was there, Vegito." And on the final confirmation of this, Vegito's face would go dead, stunned into disbelief that Broly of all people would also be involved, as he would begin, "Broly, why? Why would you? Why did you just stand there? Why did you let them erase my entire family?" To which once again, still not able to look Vegito in the eyes, Broly would just reply, Because I had no choice. I'm sorry, Kakarot." No choice! But these last words only serve to break the last straw, as Vegito's rage begins to pour out as intense pressure and black lightning until... The God Killer would begin powering up like an untamable beast, still in base, but with masses of energy beginning to overflow out. But on the other side of the multiverse, at the same time, another God Killer would also be screaming and powering up as if eternally linked to one another. This one, of course, being Jiren, as he wakes up after brutally being sliced up by the fourth. As speaking of the fourth of the 5 strongest, Makoto, on Jiren's power, would instantly turn back in surprise, not having expected to heard another breath, let alone a yell, as he comments with confusion, "This cannot be. Jiren the Grey, the first to survive my 1,000 bloody slashes. Impossible!" But as Makoto would ponder, Jiren's outburst and power-up would grow more and more uncontrollable. As screaming in fury, the former Pride Trooper would grab onto his tilted back head, trying to contain himself. But from the outside, his power-up would become so huge that a massive oval of energy would begin to sprout and dwarf everything in its vicinity, including Makoto, who at this point has been forced to cover himself with his blood-soaked wing, as practically the entire planet's surface begins to skim off and plunge onto him. But eventually, the wind would stop, and left where Jiren was would just be a plume of rising smoke. Within it, the dark silhouette of Jiren would now also slowly become visible. Black lightning roaring all over as if speaking on behalf of him. Slowly but surely, different parts of Jiren would then become visible. His right eye, his left, his chest, now darkened with strange purple ornaments, his leg, and then his tightened fist. As finally standing there, severely damaged, covered in cuts, Jiren would now appear in a new form. His eyes blackened with Hokkaishin symbols coating his body, now in black also. As most strikingly, for the first time, now 2 demon horns burst out of his skull, just as they did with Vegito. But looking down at his own hands, a look of trepidation rather than awe overcomes Jiren, as he begins to say, "The energy that is inside me, it is the same that came out in the pyramid, in my fury and rage. This energy is not who I am. This is not justice. This is darkness. So, this is what corrupted Son Goku." However, Jiren's introspection would not last long. Before in the sky, the blood angel Makoto would appear once more, ready to finish the job. But Jiren, now focused, would then stare back and let out, "So, this power of yours, you say this is something the Grand Priest taught you? Something comparable to the powers of Son Goku's killers? Then, defeating you will be the perfect test to know if I am ready to avenge him." But the fourth, with a cocky smirk, would just look down at Jiren like an ant and respond swiftly, "Such impudence from a wannabe demon. Growing simple horns, along with those unsightly markings, will not be what saves you from your fate, young Jiren." As the fourth would then grab back onto the handle of his sword, the same one that nearly sent Jiren to the afterlife earlier, and say, "It's time I shut that mouth of yours and bring your head back as my trophy." As he moves towards Jiren with the same insane speed as before, this time without a look of effort whatsoever, Jiren would instantly move out of the way of the blade perfectly, so fast, after images would remain visible as if he had cloned himself. Pitiful. And the speed would be so great that Jiren's movements would not even register to Makoto, and once again he would land on the other side, smirking as if he had landed once more. Wait a minute! Nothing is happening! Confusing the fourth as he waits for the delayed reaction of his bloody slash technique, but to no avail. What? But as Makoto would look back, seemingly having Jiren in his sights, the God-Killer's speed would prove too unreal, suddenly appearing right next to the fourth before. With a vicious right, slamming his fist straight into Makoto's jaw with a force never witnessed before. Sending the fourth of the five flying through the sky instantly, but crucially also having let go of his katana in the impact too, as it sent flying through the air, spinning uncontrollably. and towards Jiren. But it wouldn't be long before, with force, the fourth would regain his footing, landing and skidding back across the ground by his hands and feet, looking at Jiren now, with blood leaking from his lip once more, and angrily grumbling. His speed, it's gone up miraculously, all because of that extra horn. It seems these mortals are evolving into demons faster than expected. But even so, what will this one's limit be? Jiren the Grey. As just as Makoto would finish talking, his own katana would finish spinning in the air and land in the ground, coincidentally stabbing right in front of Jiren. And for a moment, Jiren himself would look down at it, remaining silent as if contemplating his next move before... In a shock move, he would then grab onto the handle himself. Wielding it before his face, staring intensely at it as if examining its craftsmanship, noting, "So, this is what tore through my skin like butter. They don't make weapons like these where I'm from. Master Gichin would have loved this." But Makoto, looking from afar, would be far from impressed, letting out, "Unhand my legendary blade, you beast! That is no toy for a demon such as yourself. Angel-grade weapons will only eventually lose their edge the more they are used by ones who are demonic. Give it up and give it back to me." But Jiren, looking back now, done with his inspection, would just respond, "I could care less about this mere pocket knife's edge. Weapons are not even my style." Hakai! As suddenly out of nowhere, Jiren would show his God of Destruction past and say abruptly the words of destruction. And just like that, before the eyes of Jiren and Makoto, the legendary sword of the Blood Angel would vanish before everyone's eyes. What have you? Instantly ejecting a reaction from the fourth as he watches on in disbelief in the distance before screaming, "What have you done? What have you done to my legendary blade?" Leaving the Blood Angel to react in terror as his treasured weapon is evaporated to nothing but dust. You have no idea what you have just done! You have signed your smiting here and now, demon! As with gritted teeth, Makoto would become angrier than ever, incensed at his loss, as a red lightning begins to coat him all over. As he begins to slowly raise his voice, along with raise his power level, the light clothes cloaking him will then all begin to rise up and flutter as if dancing before... With speed, and now without his blade, Makoto for the first time in his Blood Angel form would confront Jiren hand to hand. Rushing straight forward as the former destroyer and pride trooper Jiren would just adamantly stand his ground in the distance. But out of nowhere, instead of aiming at the God Killer, Makoto would inexplicably choose to slam his fist into the ground instead. What the? Confusing Jiren as he would instantly be forced to raise both his arms up in defense as a wave of rubble smashes all across his body and clouds his sight. You made a big mistake, God Killer! As through the smoke behind Jiren, a set of devilish eyes would suddenly peer through. And quickly, blowing away the smoke around him with just the force of his kick alone. He thrusts his foot straight into the back of Jiren with speed. But just as Makoto would kick, Jiren would instantly turn to meet him head on. Finding a way instead to grab his leg mid-kick and lock it in tightly with his bulged oversized muscles. Unhand me! Surprising the fourth, as never would he have even expected Jiren's movement and speed to have improved this much so quickly. But Jiren's grip would not end there. As quickly, his body would begin rotating, lifting the body of Makoto up into the air with him like he was a mere toy before. Creating a mass tornado with his turn speed alone, Jiren would swing and swing Makoto round and round so fast, the very flesh of the fourth would begin to peel off his body, as the Blood Angel would only scream out from the complete lack of control. Eventually stopping abruptly and letting go of Makoto at the same time, sending the legendary fourth shooting off like a rocket straight into the sky. This ends here. But not disorientated in the slightest, and with a pin-sharp focus on Makoto, who is far off in the sky now, Jiren would brace himself down before... With insane speed and force, he would blast off in hunt of his prey. Almost instantaneously catching up and appearing right in front of the fourth's face until... The two would quickly clash their fists, one coated in black lightning and the other in red. And just like that, the clash of the two titans would cause an influx of shockwaves to begin destroying everything in the surrounding area, while simultaneously creating a ball of energy that alarmingly increases in size and light emitted until... You damn demon! How dare you challenge me! It is you who came to me, warrior! And ultimately, in a massive explosion, both Jiren and Makoto would instantly be lost in the light of their own collision. In the aftermath, leaving only dust and remnants of mixed electricity all over, almost as if the two had been destroyed in the force of their own attack. That is, until both would reappear, angry as ever, colliding once more, but this time with their elbows. Each then jumping back simultaneously to garner some distance between each other. Why won't you die? And from there, Makoto, much like what Z did before, would fire off a barrage of bloody energy feathers straight at Jiren from his wings. But Jiren, with one precise chop, would knock them all away, breaking the distance quickly to appear right in front of the shocked fourth yet again. Before, in signature fashion, Jiren's eyes suddenly flash red. My body! Stunning the Blood Angel as suddenly his entire body freezes up. Meanwhile, Jiren would just arrive on the other side of Makoto, as Makoto would comment, "What? What magic is this, demon?" As Jiren would just calmly reply, "This is your death, warrior." As suddenly, in a delayed reaction of his own, much like what Jiren suffered last chapter, Makoto instantly feels the force of multiple unseen attacks, striking his body all at once and all over. But unlike Jiren, Makoto would be left alive, just barely, as he would grip onto his torso and gasp for air. But Jiren, looking back and noticing his premonition of death had failed, would turn and say, "Impressive. Seems you are tougher than I thought. The 5 strongest may not be as much of a joke that you had first led me to believe."
Shut up! How dare you!
But as Makoto would turn around in fury at Jiren's comments, a shocked face would appear on his face as if having seen a ghost.
What?
As suddenly arriving to bring his death sentence to fruition, Jiren would already be nearby with a powerful energy ball in hand to blast at point blank distance. But as Jiren would blast his energy beam, it would be the Blood Angel this time that would showcase his indomitable speed. Enough with that right hand of yours!
What?
As suddenly shifting to the side of Jiren, Makoto would take the extraordinary decision to slam his kick, this time into the hand and wrist of the God Killer, surprising even him with the unorthodox maneuver. Leaving Jiren at first in pain, but once zoomed in, we realize his hand is far from normal, broken and mangled before eventually screaming out from the pain of his broken limb once the adrenaline of their short skirmish wears off.
No more screaming! Time for bed, child! What?
But there would hardly be a moment for Jiren to process any of the pain, as quickly in the sky, Makoto would appear with his arms clenched together, ready to slam down on Jiren's skull. Frustrating the God Killer as he would think, "Since when did the tables turn again?" Before narrowly just dodging Makoto as he jumps high into the sky, away from the fourth. With Makoto only looking back, annoyed with the constant cat and mouse, before suddenly opening his right eye wide as he glows red and ominously says, "Enough with all this. Clearly you have more power to show, and so do I. This time, I'm holding nothing back. Congratulations on pushing me to this." And with that said, Makoto would begin powering up once more, his scream becoming deafening at this point as his name as the Blood Angel begins to make more and more sense. And Jiren, watching on from a distance, cannot help but begin to agree, looking back at Makoto unflinchingly and replying, "If a battle to the death is truly what you desire, warrior, then so be it. Just know, you brought this on yourself." Before Jiren would then close his eyes and grunt quietly, grabbing onto his now broken hand and wrist until brutally, then manually snapping it back into position right before everyone's eyes.
Damn!
But even for the monster that is Jiren, this wouldn't be without pushing his pain threshold. But at the very least, where we see his arm after, would all be intact and perfect once again until Jiren would yell out himself, powering up now to what is presumably his max strength to match with Makoto. And standing there almost pleased with the level Jiren had reached, Makoto would comment, "This is most surprising, Jiren. you do realize you are far stronger than what we gods had anticipated. To be stronger than a god of destruction is one thing, but to stand toe-to-toe with a Seraphim and one of the 5 strongest is another. It's a shame you didn't have time to progress into a full demon. I wonder if your power would ever have reached the level of Lucifer. Oh well, you've lived a good life, I guess. But Jiren, staring back, covered in roaring aura of his own, would just respond, "You gods have always underestimated mortals such as I. It's that same flawed thinking that led Belmont to his death. And history will only repeat itself with you too, warrior." I love the confidence, but I know you didn't just compare me to that clown god. Those demonic powers really have inflated your sense of worth, young Jiren. While Jiren would finally say back, "These powers may be demonic, but they will be used for justice." And instantly the two would trade no more words and rush headfirst at each other at top speed. Jiren on the right and Makoto on the left until... As if perfectly choreographed, the two would land their punches at exactly the same time as each other, both in pain and both squirming without a clear sight at all of who is stronger. But in a quick change of scene, we see almost the exact same thing on Vegito's side once more. But in this case, while Vegito seems fazed by the counterpunch of Broly, the Destroyer, surprisingly in this case, remains cold in the face.
Broly!
But enraged at this point, even annoyed his first attack would do surprisingly so little, Vegito would quickly cock back his free fist to try yet again. But this one too would just as easily be tanked, this time grabbed and disengaged by merely the palm of Broly. Finished yet? And once we look into the eyes of Broly, a hint of explanation is seen, as Broly would appear with both of his eyes now a deep yellow with black pupils, indicating he had already entered his Ikari form. Before being realized by Vegito, who would comment,
"So that's how you kept up? I wondered. Bit unfair, Broly, when I haven't bothered to transform just yet. But I guess that's expected now from you, Destroyer."
But without warning, Broly would then spear kick his foot straight into the gut of Vegito. Unclear whether triggered by Vegito's words or not, but Vegito would just cough out wildly blood as he feels the intense rush of power from his fellow Saiyan. Sending the Godkiller flying back in a daze through the depths of space until... Steady on, Vegito. Unexpectedly, Vegito's fall would then be broken instantly by the angel behind him, as if in his assistance. But once we look into Mirus' eyes, a cunning face is seen as he would say ominously, Now, Vegito-san, I advise you to not get carried away right now. It is better you hear out Lord Broly first, and at the very least, do not underestimate him." But Vegito, absolutely besmirched by even the thought of a threat, would quip back.
"With all due respect, my former teacher, unless you've been living under a damn rock, I'll have you know The likes of destroyers and angels like you are mere ants to me now. I'll hear him out. But if he or you are involved in the deaths of my sons, my wives, my friends, then you will pay the ultimate prices! Broly!
And suddenly, with his own threat well and truly made, he would quickly then turn to the new destroyer and yell out,
So go on then! Tell me why you did this!
And Broly, now no longer in a sense of fear, would just then begin explaining. I did not do anything, Kakarot. I did not participate in the destruction of planet Earth. I was against it. Belmont and Champa were the ones who approached me with the plan, but I refused. At first, all they could say was that I was no true destroyer, and that I would never receive the respect of the other 11 if I did not participate. Of course, I wouldn't care. All I wanted was the respect of Chilai and Limo. This job of protecting the universe as the destroyer was just for them after all. But things took a turn when they said that if I at the very least did not agree with their decision, and at least be on the planet when it happened, they would come after Vampa next. Chilai and Nemo included. At the time, of course, there was nothing I could do to stop 11 destroyers at once. So in the end, what else could I do but agree? I was there, Kakarot. I saw what happened. But in my heart, I knew it was wrong. I just couldn't do a thing about it. In the days following, however, I knew I couldn't be bossed around into a situation like that again. And after Whis had told me about what he planned to do with you, he left me with the Pyramid of Power to train to my heart's content. A place I could finally achieve my full potential. The one my father had always spoken of. A place I would eventually meet my new angel Mirus, who would do exactly that. And one day, I had hoped I would be strong enough not only to protect Universe 7, but also find a way to bring back Earth and undo what they had done to you. But then I heard about what you were doing. Before Broly's face would then become significantly more serious, and he would continue. I heard about how you were senselessly killing the gods, involved or not in what happened to Earth. Innocent victims. So unlike what I remember of you, Kakarot. I heard how you became a monster who would even work with the demons themselves just for power. Creatures I learned after becoming a destroyer that I truly believe you just have no idea about. What route you have now gone down by accepting their powers. When I learned of that, that was the moment I stopped having dreams of helping undo what had happened to you. Because now, you had become the very monsters you seeked revenge on. And so, I went back into the pyramid to increase my power even further. For decades, knowing one day you would come here and try to kill me too. Just like you tried all those years ago. But with Chilai and Limo here for me to protect, I will never allow that. I'm the monster now! But this somber explanation would only infuriate Vegito, having been painted out to be the villain now by his own former friend, as he would continue. So, you not only watched and did nothing as they ripped everything from me, stood there like a damn coward caring about his own hide, but you also now dare stand before me
and insult my brand of justice? Then you shall die along with them, Broly!
As instantly, now done with negotiation, Vegito would immediately begin exploding in energy and power, finally taking things to the next level it would seem. At the same time though, Mirus would quickly vanish from behind Vegito and return back to the side of Broly. But as Vegito's energy would be on the rise, Mirus would just stare on without fear and let out, "Power up as much as you desire, and do not hold back, Vegito. Or should I say, Son Goku. This battle will not go how you imagine. You will remember me as perhaps your greatest teacher ever, even beyond Brother Whis, the one who finally taught you to enter your mastered Ultra Instinct at will, and brought out your true potential. But this Saiyan here, Broly-san, is a warrior in an entirely different league to you or Vegeta. A Saiyan whose power grows and improves in every second of battle. Something you've both witnessed. A legendary warrior of sorts. And in the decades we've spent training together, it is no exaggeration to say you have a better chance of defeating Father than defeating the two of us together." And instantly, on the finish of that monologue, the two gods, like twins, would begin yelling and powering up themselves in tandem. Their aura and shockwaves interrupting even Vegito himself as he would close his eyes and raise his arms trying to brace himself. And at first, Broly would enter his classic full power Super Saiyan form, a legendary power unattainable by neither Goku nor Vegeta. His body bulked up several times, his hair tinted green, and his pupils missing. But alas, things would not end there. As soon, eyes would appear on Broly, now red, as his hair would begin to turn red too, slowly growing out the back of his head, but to a crazy amount, far more than any typical transformation. As with his final scream, we also notice his body contort once more, slimming back down to how he was in base. But strangely, on his cheek, his scar would increase in size and darken to resemble a certain other legendary Saiyan. And once all would be said and done, unbelievably, Broly would be seen in a very familiar form, having now become the second true Super Saiyan God in history. The form previously only ever achievable by Yamoshi himself.
Wait a second! This energy, that form, is that?
Leaving Vegito with one eye open, but completely shell-shocked at what he is even seeing from Broly.
That cannot be!
And of course, Yamoshi inside would be left equally as stunned, as it would almost appear now as if he was looking in the mirror. But all the while this would be going down, Mirus, who would be covered in a mysterious aura of his own, would let out mysteriously, "Don't be so surprised just yet, Vegito. The limits of Broly-san have only just been scratched." As in what almost appears like a throwback scene to when Mirus died in the Moro saga, Mirus would say softly, "Goodbye again, Son Goku," before his body would start turning to a strange white light, and so too would Broly's, as inexplicably the two would move closer and closer together, forming the silhouette of what appears to be one body until... Finally, the first fusion between a Saiyan god, a god of destruction, and angel would appear, as for the first time in history, legendary Angel Broly would be revealed. Angel Saiyan versus Demon Saiyan. The battle of the ages is soon to come. So our story continues with a view of Broly in his new legendary angel form, looking on seriously at Vegito, who stares back with a slight look of disbelief, but equally serious, as the fusion of Broly and Mirus would then net out divinely. So, Kakarot, what is your decision? I am nothing like what you have faced before. I never was. And after my training and union with Mirus, I never will be. Is fighting to the death truly your only way of dealing with your issues? Or can there perhaps be another way? Can you learn to forgive, Kakarot, as I once knew you to do? Time is never ending, and I can spend all of it finding another way to fix things. I can bring back the Earth. I am sure of it. But Vegito, no longer wanting to hear any more of Broly's conjecture, would just respond, I appreciate your naive optimism for life, but you have yet to go through the reality of what life is like under the rule of these gods, especially now that you have become one yourself. There is no forgiveness left in my heart. Not for them, and now not for you. This is the only way, and unfortunately, time is not a luxury I have. Before Vegito, now frustrated, would close his eyes and grit his teeth, explaining, Broly, I have sealed my fate as a god killer. Whether you want to believe it or not, I learned that the hard way for the last 10 years. According to you gods, I am now a demon on the verge of fully transforming. And as a result, my head has a bounty on it. Whether I spare you or not, after you, warriors far stronger will come for my head. The fourth and fifth of the 5 strongest, as they are so called. And I'm afraid, at this point, the only way I can stand a chance is with your energy, Broly! As within a split second, the God Killer would transform instantly into his final Ultra form. His hair growing wildly quickly with a mix of purple and silver hair, as his eyes turned pitch black to resemble the margin within him. But Broly, noticeably not too surprised or taken aback, though would just comment, the 4th and 5th of the strongest. I believe Whis did mention something about their existence, of the 5 other realmly gods, protectors of the multiverse, and gatekeepers to the demon realm. I have not met them, but I assume you believe even in my current state, I would be no help to you in defending against them. You may be dearly underestimating me then. And at first, Vegito has a thought-provoked look, thinking to himself, Gatekeeper to the demon realm? No wonder they come after me like hungry flies. But Broly must be truly clueless if he thinks he would be any challenge to them. Before finally, with a dastardly smirk, he would continue. Whether I'm underestimating you
or if you could help fight against those two, matters not, Broly. Because in the end, you will prove a great help. But only by becoming a part of me. Just like my fate is sealed, unfortunately, so too is yours and Mirus' now.
Then, you leave me no choice! As suddenly, Broly's noticeably slimmer body would then outstretch its hands, and his body would begin to change and power up once more as white lightning surrounds him. And as we zoom in on his face, in classic Broly style, his pupils would soon disappear as in a deep voice he would let out, "Then so be it. I will show you the same lack of mercy you showed me all those years ago, Son Goku and Vegeta!"
Perfect!
And thrilled with Broly's resolve, Vegito's Saiyan lust for battle would take over as he instantly launches forward at Broly.
This is deja vu, Broly! I know you have experience with Gogeta, but you have no idea about our stronger fusion, do you?
Rushing in, as in the distance, Broly would remain stoically calm and collected. But as Ultra Vegito would go for his first punch, unsurprisingly, the legendary Broly, with the most perfect of instincts gained from Mirus, would move just out of the way. But things would not end there. As suddenly, out of nowhere, Vegito would experience an instant counter to the ribs, despite Broly doing nothing but moving away. At least, that's how it appeared.
What the hell was that?
Leaving the God Killer momentarily stunned, as even his well-trained eyes and reactions could not detect at all what was going on.
Broly, what did you just do?
Leading to Vegito turning around and even inquiring from the legendary Saiyan himself, albeit under his breath. "I attacked you. What else do you expect? Seems even with these demonic enhancements, you are far from being a threat to me, let alone the priest. You are still far too slow to even keep up."
What did you say?
Immediately triggering the God Killer, as from behind, he begins shouting back abrasively.
I'll show you speed, you coward!
Quickly taking it up a notch once more, moving with even more speed and intensity straight for Broly. But as Vegito reaches close, yet again, Broly would look on unflinching. I remember Gogeta being far more talented than this. As on this damaging insult, suddenly, the air pressure and atmosphere around Broly would momentarily change. As yet again from seemingly just thin air, the God Killer is attacked. Slammed in the face far harder than before, as blood instantly spurts out of the confused Vegito's mouth. Moving Vegito backwards, as unbelievably, Broly just seems to not only still be far away, but also appearing to be totally unmoving.
What the hell is this crap? Surely he can't really be moving that fast!
Now completely enraging Vegito, as the confusion of what Broly is even doing develops into pure frustration. Regaining his composure though in the distance, Vegito would wonder,
just what kind of training did Broly go through? I get that his power keeps increasing as he battles, but was the limit truly infinite? Mirus, what have you done to him? I'm tired of these games!
quickly now ferociously jumping towards Broly, faster than ever before, like a pouncing tiger, with both of his arms up, screaming to the skies. Slamming both of his fists down hard, but this time straight onto the arms of Broly, who lifts both arms instantly. But as we see Broly's face, despite the increase in effort, he is far from trying his best, as his face remains completely unbothered.
Broly!
Which of course would be in stark contrast to the God Killer, who would positively be exploding with aggravation as he tries harder and harder to push down on the immovable angel. Grumbling,
Why aren't you moving? His strength, is this real? At least my speed's caught up to him now. No more unexpected.
But unfortunately, those final hopes of Vegito are dashed there and then, as unbelievably, even with his arms locked up above, something unseeable to the naked eye strikes Vegito back via his stomach, and hard.
What was that now?
Sending the God Killer flying back in shock once more.
Damn it!
Until brought to a halt, with blood now visibly dripping from his mouth, as the perplexed Vegito would then comment,
That one felt like a foot this time. The speed is on another level. I can't keep up even like this. I need to try something else before I resort to that again.
But Broly, standing now like a statue, would just go him back, almost as if talking from Mirus' side.
Try all you wish, Kakarot. But demon power or not, there will never be a substitute for the hard work we put in over the years. You lack speed, power, but most importantly, talent.
Broly, on the other hand, he's truly just on an entirely different level.
Shut up!
But Vegito, enraged by the thought of being looked down upon by another Saiyan, would instantly arrive behind Broly in his blind spot, his arm already raised before. But as he attempts to slam a back fist right onto the soft behind of Broly's skull, it is quickly and easily met with a block by Broly's forearm alone, without even turning around. Could the legendary Saiyan even now have eyes on the back of his head?
What the?
Leaving even Vegito struggling in disbelief at just how easily Broly seems to both read his movements and defend. As Broly would just let out, "As I said, you are lacking in all fields, including defense." As yet again, straight in his gut once more, the God Killer would be stricken hard from a seemingly unseen and impossible attack too.
This is ridiculous!
Pushing Vegito back, but yet again, not too far away.
This is starting to add up.
But regardless, with so many blows in the exact same area, soon Vegito would grip onto his stomach, grimacing, as the compounded effects of Broly's attacks begin to take effect, leading to Vegito mumbling,
"This isn't working. I'm just damaging myself at this rate. But I refuse to believe Broly and Mirus caught up to my power this fast. Just how much damn talent could that blockhead possibly have?"
But as Vegito would begin to question just what kind of progress Broly could have made training with Mirus, suddenly the legendary Angel fusion would vanish from the God Killer's sight. Until unexpectedly, stopping Vegito in his tracks like a mere child, Broly would appear undetected straight in front of Vegito, with his fingers lightly pressed on his temple, gently saying, "Enough with your Saiyan pride. The gulf between our abilities is incomprehensible, just as they were 10 years ago. Two talentless brutes, even when fused, could not dream to challenge a genius that comes once every millennia. Transform now, or die in mediocrity. It is embarrassing to even believe you would pose a threat to Zeno when you failed to even touch me." Leaving Vegito stunned, hearing these words coming from such a familiar face, as he mutters out,
Zeno! Talentless brutes! Broly!
As Broly would just stare back and say, "You are proving nothing to me but weakness while in this form. If you so desire to bring your loved ones back, and you are under such time constraints as you have said, then cease feeding your ego and show me everything you have, as I will spare your life no more if you persist, Kakarot." But quickly, on response, with a previously unseen speed and force, Vegito would then knock away Broly's hand quickly and easily from his face, shouting,
Fine! I didn't want to have to use this much power on an old friend, but it's clear as day by now. Just like I have, you two have changed over the years.
Before Vegito would then jump back to gain some distance, as Broly would remain silent, contemplating Vegito's sudden pushback. And with his eyes closed, now with a giant smile on his face as he laughs, he begins saying,
"Oh, Broly, I remember when you were a quiet fellow, could barely even speak a word, but look at you now, talking non-stop, and whether fused with Mirus or not, with your very first words, it's clear just how much you look down on me, just as all the rest of the gods once did. I say you're an old friend, but that's a stretch. I didn't even know you existed for decades of my life, and I have a feeling I will live just fine with removing your existence from it again, Broly."
As suddenly, seemingly following Broly's requests, Vegito's entire body would then become engulfed in air that rises up all over his body as his teeth grit together. His bulging arms growing bigger with veins and vascularity as his entire torso starts to shake and convulge. As suddenly on top of this, on his skull, two sharp as spears demon horns would burst forth at lightning speed together, as if having been trying to escape and erupt for centuries. All the while Vegito's body continues to rumble and grow darker in complexion, raising his power levels at an alarming rate. Huh? Vegito? But meanwhile, inside the body of Vegito, our hero Son Goku even begins to sense and realize the sudden change in power of the fused Saiyan, as he comments, "Wait a second, he isn't really going to go all out on Broly, is he?" Before turning behind to Vegeta and continuing, "Vegeta, we need to get a hold of him now. This isn't right. If he goes back to full power, he'll end up killing him. We need to do something."
Kakarot!
but almost annoyed with Goku's concerns, Vegeta would just reply with a side eye and his arms folded.
It cannot be helped. Are you watching the same battle I am? Look at the power of Broly now. I wondered just how much stronger he would be if he kept training after you let him live on Bumper. But with Mirus added to the mix, he's now truly at the level of the 5 strongest. The facts are, we need his powers now. We're going to stand any chance against Zeno. And better yet, with his ability to improve so fast, he's practically essential.
What? Are you serious? Instantly raising Goku's eyebrows as he reacts in shock to Vegeta's response and yells back in disbelief. There's no way you're agreeing with Vegito on this. Yes, he's a god, but Broly is our friend. You'd watch one of our friends die just to get a little stronger? We could train with him.
Stop being so soft, Kakarot!
But finally breaking his tether with the kind-hearted Saiyan, Vegeta would begin scolding him, saying,
Don't delude yourself, Kakarot! We met him once, and we tried to kill him when we did. We didn't hear him out then, and we didn't care. All we wanted to do was win. We both know the only reason he's still alive to this day is because of that green woman who used the Dragon Balls to save his hide. He's not alive because of us, and he won't be staying that way due to us either. He wasn't even around once you dropped him off back home. So quit with your weak ideologies and remember why we're doing all of this. No!
But despite the sound logic, Goku would immediately become frustrated, looking at Vegeta with a look of disappointment while simultaneously lifting 2 fingers to his forehead in iconic style and yelling, The past is the past! This is our friend now! And if you're not going to help, then I'll just do it myself again! But suddenly, just as Goku's body begins to vanish via instant transmission, the gloved hand of the Saiyan Prince instantly arrives to grab his arm. Could it be Vegeta too wants to escape and help? No. As when Goku would look to his left, Vegeta would appear, far from a joking mood as he grips tightly, now in his Ultra Ego form activated, as he continues forcefully.
You will be doing nothing, Kakarot. Not while I'm around, at least. And if you have a problem with that, you know how to settle it. Don't ever forget, I'm as much a Vegito as you are.
And Goku, now looking on bemused, realizing the situation, would then mellow down his voice and reply seriously.
Vegeta.
Fine. So that's how this is going to go. You know, after what happened with Babidi, I really did think you'd changed. But you just never do you? As instantly, matching Vegeta and staring him head on with a resolute expression, as he too would instantly transform himself into his Ultra Instinct form. Hakaishin techniques versus Angel techniques. The battle between the 2 now strongest individual Saiyans of Earth and the universe next to Broly is about to begin to gain control of the God Killer. The question is, who will win? And will it be in time before Vegito makes his own decision? But back on the battlefield, somewhere else, we rejoin the 4th of the 5 strongest Makoto and Jiren the Great, both deadlocked after having just landed fists on each other at exactly the same time. But it's not deadlocked for long before suddenly Makoto would instantly vanish from in front, leaving Jiren to begin leaning forward without control until... surprise! In a move straight out of last chapter, the fourth would appear again right behind Vegito, with his legs and arms wrapped tightly across him, with Jiren even commenting, "This again? You never learn." To which Makoto would just say with a smirk, "Not quite." Before suddenly the duo would vanish, most likely due to the actions of Makoto. And from space, we would see a strange new planet, strikingly uninhabitable looking, as vapors of smoke are seen rising from all areas.
Where are we?
With eventually the two arriving on the surface of the strange planet, above what seems like a purple acidic lake of death. Eventually leaving Jiren abandoned, as just as quick as Makoto grabbed onto Jiren and teleported to the strange new planet, he would also vanish straight away from Jiren's sight before he even knew it.
What are you planning, warrior?
But as Jiren would question what the point of all this was, his skin would begin to slowly darken, as from behind, something giant would begin to cast a shadow on him.
What is this?
As shockingly, once the God Killer would turn around, meeting just inches away, now would be a tsunami wave of the deadly liquid from the ground, ready to strip the very flesh off his bones in horrific manner.
Damn you! This is not what I call a fight!
Angering the former destroyer as he faces the destructive wave head on. And just as its unfathomable weight and force crashes on Jiren, he would instantly cover himself in a ball of red energy, not too dissimilar to Android 17's technique, being lost in the wave as it covers his entire being, trying its best to break through the barrier. But alas, in the end, Jiren would be left standing and untouched, still covered in his energy wall, as the last remnants of the purple goo would drip down via gravity. Inside, the God Killer would be covered in black lightning and still with a frustrated scowl.
Now where are you? Battle me like the so-called member of the Five, as you say. Your grave will be within this gunk.
Angrily calling out to the fourth to battle, as slowly his energy barrier would begin to now dissipate back down now that the danger had been averted.
What?
But out of nowhere, the attack would appear as only a distraction, as suddenly a cross chop would appear directly on the chest of Jiren. And as Jiren would scream in agony in the distance, from far behind, Makoto would be seen wielding a blade once more, but this time a blood-red energy blade. Ha 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 ha! Flying safely in the sky, the Blood Angel would cackle smugly, as with a smirk he would then say, "What was that, young Jiren? You want me to come to you and battle you? You're a bit of a mess right now, but sure, I can do that gladly." But not even able to hear this, Jiren would still be dealing with the pain of the deep cuts and gashes now bleeding out of his torso, as he would think internally,
How did he get me again? Is this level of power still not enough? No wonder Son Goku fell.
Don't worry, you will be joining Vegito soon! As just as Jiren would attempt to recover, Makoto would appear close range, granting Jiren's earlier wish only to grab him hard by the face and appear to begin vanishing once again, disappearing completely before giving us a view of yet another planet, clearly far different to the last before.
Die, you damn demon!
Astonishingly, then suddenly smashing Jiren down onto the ground by his skull, without remorse, creating a huge explosion, as the legendary god would grin widely and yell, "Do not ever doubt the power of the Five! You are nothing but a bug to me!" And as the cloud of rubble and smoke rises across Makoto's face, obscuring his vision, he would begin commenting victoriously, "Ah, young Jiren, you truly are a marvel. Not only can you survive my bloody slash technique, but your power and speed even forced me to show my true abilities. You would have made a great candidate to replace the rest of the Five had you not fallen so low. You chose the wrong route to power, young demon." But once the smoke would completely dissipate, Jiren would be seen still conscious, black lightning still sparking, and just one angered eye visible through the glove of Makoto. As once we zoom in on his unblinking eye, complete with a pumping vein above, the God Killer would let out, "A member of the Five? I never wanted to be part of the Pride Troopers or Destroyers. You really think I would be part of a group of weaklings like you too? If this is the limit of the fourth of the Five strongest, then warrior, I believe I took exactly the right route to power." As Makoto would look down with a slight sense of confusion at Jiren's comments, a strange light would then also begin to shine over him. What? And suddenly, Makoto would be forced to let go and jump back, as Jiren would inexplicably begin powering up uncontrollably, appearing only as a giant unapproachable sphere of energy on the ground. What in the name of Zeno is this? Leaving Makoto shocked, as from the ball, a giant column of pure energy would explode upwards right in the face of the perplexed fourth, nearly taking his head off along with it. And as the explosion of energy would end, looking on from some distance now, Makoto would remain silent and cautiously waiting to see what had even happened. In his view, just a thick, dark billow of smoke that moves slowly to the right. But as he peers closer, he would comment, "Credit where it's due. The little demon had some energy to escape. But where did he get it from? He should be near enough depleted after that. Probably bleeding out from that last bloody slash too." And as Makoto would watch on, the appearance of something dark would begin to appear within the mist. Huh? No! No! It cannot be! As a wave of shock would soon begin to wash over the wide-eyed fourth, as something becomes clearer and clearer within the smoke. As once we see, the unmistakable silhouette of Demon Jiren appears, still standing and still with one eye visible, though now a slightly different color. Could Jiren truly still have enough energy to carry on this fight? Or did something even greater happen? As finally, Jiren would appear once more, now having seemingly transformed yet again. His horns more flared than usual, his black lightning stretching to its limits, as his eyes are now revealed to be a familiar shade of purple, just like Vegito's. And with his enormously grown black body markings spreading across his body, Ultra Demon Jiren has finally been born. Finally seemingly having reached the same level of transformation as the other God Killer, as Jiren would then let out coldly,
I guess the only way to beat you in Son Goku's killings will be to accept this darkness fully. Then so be it.
No! But as Makoto would look on completely full of fear and trepidation, trembling as he speaks, he would think, it is just as I feared. They are evolving far too fast. Why isn't the priest of first handling this straight away? This energy, it is Lucis! These two God Killers, they are harnessing the great demon's power perfectly. At this rate, Jiren will reach true Demon Emperor status. And a Demon Emperor on the outside, that will only spell one thing. As behind Makoto, a premonition, or perhaps foreshadowing of a Jiren completely transformed into a full demon is seen. A truly horrific sight to all that perhaps must be avoided at all costs. As Jiren undergoes his final transformation, our hero Vegito undergoes his own, screaming with intensity for all the multiverse to hear. And as masses of cloud and debris arise all around him during the power-up, Broly would remain stand still, wondering just what change Vegito would undergo next, with this having been the first time he would watch him reach full power. And as he stands with a muted look of curiosity, he would think, his energy is rising rapidly, but so too is the nature of it changing. Just how far have Son Goku and Vegeta gone? But as Broly would watch, Vegito's transformation would continue, his voice deepening as his hands instantly burst forth from his gloves with claws, his face suddenly admonishing a long purple scar as fur begins to grow all over, while from behind, a large demon tail reminiscent of Frieza sprouts out once more. As when we look from behind, Vegito's hair would have returned back to black, as if back in base, and his horns more intimidating than ever. As Vegito, now with his signature purple eyes and his purple scar stretching right across his face, would let out an exhausted groan, complete with thick smoke that bellows out as if he were a dragon. As finally, Vegito would reach his true final demon form, a completely different look than before, with a whole new level of power, as the giggling demonic Saiyan would then say, "Alright, time to end things, Angel Broly. Allow me to introduce you to Demon Vegito." But as Broly finally witnesses Vegito's final form, a full wave of shock finally strikes the previously unbotherable god, as from within Broly, Mirus' side is confirmed to talk, with a shocked look of his own commenting, Vegito, what has become of you? Son Goku, this energy is not theirs. This is... Lucifs. As with a serious look, Broly would then call out to the God Killer. Kakarot! You have no idea what you are doing. That power you are utilizing, it is not of this realm. It is from the demons themselves. The more you use it, the more you will lose all trace of who you are. The more you will bring out the return of Lucif, the great demon. But Vegito, curious now, but still cockily smiling, would just brashly reply back, Lucif? You know that name too? Why do I keep hearing about him over and over? Just who the hell is he? And why exactly do all of you damn gods mention him? I used to think he was another deity in my way, but it's starting to sound like he may be on my side. Bring him out already! He is on nobody's side! But quickly, almost angered to the highest level with Vegito's comments, Broly would respond instantly, before continuing, Your lack of awareness of anything is appalling, Vegito. But to be expected from a fusion containing the carefree Kakarot. Bringing Lucif out is not something we gods can do, let alone ever would. But it is something you unknowingly are. What you must learn, Vegito, is that all angels' powers come from the Grand Priest, known as Dai. But on the other side, all demon powers, small and great, come from one entity too. The brother of the Grand Priest, the great demon, Lucif. And the more you bring out his powers, and the more changes you undergo in the realm of the mortals, the higher the chance of his inevitable return, and the end of the multiverse as we know it. That is the reason you are hunted, Vegito. And judging by how far you have truly gone down the path of demonhood, then now I totally and completely understand why. You are right. There is no other recourse for action anymore. For the good of the multiverse, for the good of Chilai and Limo, I will put an end to this. I will not allow you to bring back the great demon! But in the final scene, unknowing to both Makoto and Broly, two true demons would already exist in the form of the two God Killers, as each would stare at their opponents head on and ominously say together,
In that case, I look forward to finally meeting him.
And if you made it to the end and want more, leave me a hashtag manga letter and watch it for free right now on mangaletter.com. Just use the links in the pinned comment and description, enter your name and email, and you will receive a special link to never before seen manga seconds later. Make sure to check your spam or junk folder if you can't see it, and use an active email, as emails which are not your main will automatically be removed.